came to Trinity to assassinate him. Seth shook his head, rendered speechless. Yet, despite all that, I've never met anyone who was so pure. I don't mean he's a saint or anything, she added quickly, rolling her eyes. He just knows who he is and what he believes in. He doesn't change his story day to day and week to week. He's the one you want to have next to you when the bad thing goes down. Seth wished he had the same certainty, the same sense of trajectory. He'd lost something important at the river, something he hadn't realized was his to lose, a growing sense of security. He'd left the Havens with the intention of taking revenge on Gregory Lester, but he'd allowed himself to be seduced by the magic of a Midwestern college town. Lester had warned him not to talk, and, for the most part, he hadn't. Lester wouldn't give up. It was only a matter of time before he tried again. Unless Seth got to him first. "So what did those guys want?" Ellen asked. "You never said." "They said they came to take me back to school." "I don't get it," Ellen admitted. "Do you think they've been stalking you all this time? Why?" "I don't think even the alumni know," Seth said. "The what?" "The alumni, the ones who attacked us today. They used to go to school at the Havens, now they work for Dr. Lester. I don't think they have a clue why he wants me." He took a breath. "But Aunt Linda does." "What are you talking about?" "I think Aunt Linda knows why they're after me. That's why she has you all watching me every day." He tossed the ice pack from hand to hand. "I don't suppose what happened today could be kept just between us?" "No way! Are you crazy?" Ellen stretched out her long legs. "Come on, Seth. You're in danger and you need help. Don't you think Linda deserves to know her instincts were right?" She looked sheepish. "For weeks, we've been trying to convince her that she was being paranoid and tailing you wasn't necessary." "I already feel like a prisoner," Seth said. "It'll only get worse if she finds out what happened. Follow me around all you want. I promise I won't leave Trinity. I won't put you in danger again. You could have been killed today, too." He reached over and closed his hand over hers, looked her in the eyes. "Ellen, please, don't tell." Her eyes widened, and she tried to withdraw her hand. "Hey!" He increased the gentle pressure, the flow of persuasion, feeling guilty as he did so. Finally, she nodded. "Okay. Our secret." And Seth smiled, satisfied. Chapter 14. The Wizard Council. Linda Downey was in town only intermittently over the following 2 weeks. She seemed distracted, a bundle of nerves. Maybe it's the idea of being tied down, Seth thought. She'd closed on a house on Washington Street, 1 block north of Jefferson, overlooking the lake. It was a small Victorian, a former summer cottage that needed considerable work. She stayed in town long enough to hire a squadron of contractors, then put Seth in charge of supervising them. "You're good at this kind of thing," she said. "Pick out some paint and wallpaper, and keep them honest." So he spent a lot of time at the new house and also working with Fitch and Harold. He avoided the beach in the early morning, and when Madison left messages on Seth's cell phone, he didn't call her back. When it came to keeping secrets, he had the experience of a lifetime to draw upon. He was determined not to allow her or anyone else to become entangled in his personal vendetta. He remembered Lester's warnings. But the girls at the pavilion were no longer appealing. The image of Madison always intruded, her floppy hat with the long ribbon, the long vintage skirts and lace blouses, her sprinkling of freckles and sun-painted hair. even the way she looked down her nose at him when she thought he was being arrogant. Leander Hastings returned to town the second week of August. The meeting of the Council of Wizards had finally been scheduled. It was to be held in Trinity. He had spent an afternoon at the meadow with Jack and Ellen, coaching them through their routines. It was a hot day, and it had been a tough workout. Now, the warriors were collapsed into the Adirondack chairs on the front porch, having put away about a gallon of iced tea. Hastings sat on the cool concrete of the porch steps with Seth next to him. They were talking about the upcoming meeting. Jack disapproved of the location. Create a sanctuary for the rest of us, then throw open the doors to wizards. That makes sense. It's actually a good thing, Hastings replied. It must be, because Gregory Lester and Claude Dorsey are opposed. His glance rested on Seth a moment. Why is it a good thing? Seth asked. Tiny, late summer gnats rose up around him. He released a bit of power to keep them at bay. There's considerable pressure on the council right now. Some members want to throw away the rules of engagement and put down the rebellion. He smiled at Jack and Ellen. Go to war against the Anawir. Put these warriors and enchanters in their places. He paused. Others want to convene an inter-guild conference as the new rules direct and come to a workable agreement. Here in Trinity, all voices are likely to be heard, with no trickery, sorcery, or black magic going on. Well, trickery, perhaps. He smiled again. Where's it being held? Ellen asked. She pushed her sweaty hair behind her ears. They'll have it at the Legends Inn. How many wizards are coming? Seth asked. There will be 20 altogether. That's a lot of power and spark for a small town. Will the dragon be there? Seth couldn't help asking the question. He saw the Wizard Council meeting as the classic example of the mountain coming to Mohammed. Hastings turned and faced Seth, resting his hands on his knees. I don't know, Seth, he said. Why do you ask? Seth shifted uncomfortably under the wizard's scrutiny. Like I said, I'd like to meet him. I see. Hastings continued to gaze at Seth until he shifted his eyes away. As I told you before, the dragon is not on the Wizard Council. He prefers to work behind the scenes. He still had not answered Seth's question, and obviously didn't intend to. Seth was determined to meet the dragon if he came to Trinity. Surely he would come. But then he wouldn't know him if he saw him on the street. I was hoping you could introduce me. If I see him, perhaps I'll tell him you're looking for him. Will Gregory Lester be there? Seth persisted. Dr. Lester is on the council, yes. Despite his disapproval of the location, I'm sure he wouldn't miss it. Maybe there would be an opportunity to take Lester by surprise. Hastings was watching him, green eyes intent under the dark brows. It was almost as if he could read Seth's mind. I think you should all stay away from the inn during the meeting. He spoke to all three of them, but the message was intended for Seth. Ellen and Jack nodded, but Seth merely leaned back against the steps, closing his eyes. He'd had a revelation. Leander Hastings doesn't trust me, Seth thought. That's what this is all about. On the first day of the council meeting, Seth set his alarm and woke up early, in his eyrie of a bedroom. Since the ill-fated picnic, he'd seen Linda's bodyguards following him around and pretended not to notice. Today, he hoped to shake off his shadow by leaving the house before anyone was up. He pulled on his shorts and t-shirt, then rooted in the back corner of his underwear drawer, retrieving a small ceramic bottle with a crystal stopper. He slid it into his pocket and padded downstairs. When he reached the second floor, he saw that Jack's door was open and his bed was made. Seth glanced up and down the hallway, stepped inside Jack's room, and closed the door. He crouched down next to the bed. Jack's sword, Shadow Slayer, was underneath in its case. Seth knew better than to touch that. Will and Fitch had helped Jack dig it out of a warrior's grave. Fitch said he'd nearly been torched when he tried to open the case. Seth slid his hand between the mattress and box spring and pulled out a short knife in a sheath. It was not Jack's weapon of choice, but he'd used it the day Seth arrived in Trinity. Seth shoved it under his t-shirt, into the waist of his jeans. He liked having it there. It made him feel as if he were finally going to take action, instead of sitting and waiting for another attack. He'd been over to the Legends Inn the week before, familiarizing himself with the layout of the place. Today he planned to find out where the wizards were meeting, and in particular, where they were sleeping. Seth crept down the back staircase, hoping to leave the house by the back door, but he ran right into Becca, who was on her way out, dressed for court. "Good morning, Seth. You're up early," she said, smiling. "Linda's home. She and Jack are in the kitchen." She said it loudly, too, so Seth knew Linda would be waiting for him to come around the corner. Shaking his head, he went on into the kitchen. Linda and Jack were just finishing breakfast. They abruptly stopped talking when Seth came into the room. Linda looked pale and tired. She wore the same black business suit she'd worn the day she'd rescued Seth at the Havens. "I think you've grown," she said. "Every time I go away, you grow an inch." "Welcome home, Aunt Linda." Seth poured himself some coffee and brought it over to the table. "How are my contractors doing, Seth? I'm meeting with them in a little while." The contractors were absolutely dazzled by Linda Downey. Dave Martin, the general contractor, was always thinking of some enhancement that he wanted to run by Seth to see if he thought Linda would approve. They never questioned the fact that they were working for a 16-year-old boy. It was another one of those strange Weir-Anna-Weir relationships. "They seem to be on schedule," he said. "Dave has some changes he wants to go over with you. The revised drawings are on the dining room table." Seth was afraid she would suggest that he go along with her to the meeting. But she didn't. He thought it might be her day to watch him, after her absence. But it wasn't, because she retrieved the plans from the dining room and picked up her briefcase. "Have fun today, guys. Be good, Seth." And then she was gone. Jack studied Seth as if he were a problem he might have to solve. Seth was very aware of the borrowed knife poking him in the thigh. "I guess it's Jack's day to watch me," he thought. "We're going sailing today," Jack said abruptly. Seth's heart sank. The Swift Downey family had a sailboat, a day sailor they kept in the water all season. Jack had been promising to take Seth out on the lake, but it had never worked out. Until today. "Today?" Seth cast about for an excuse. "You know, today really isn't a very... I don't really..." "We won't go very far out," Jack said, giving him that dead-on look. "We'll just run up and down the shoreline. Will and Fitch are coming. My mom packed a lunch. It's all set." Seth was caught, and he knew it. Whose idea was this, he wondered? The plan was clearly designed to keep him away from the inn. "Okay," Seth said, forcing enthusiasm. "Great." Will and Fitch were waiting on the pier, chatting with Harold Fry, when they arrived at the harbor. Harold nodded to Jack and Seth. "Morning, boys." The old man watched as Jack leaped nimbly into the dinghy and stowed the gear. "When are you going to get yourself a real boat, Jack?" "That's okay, Harold. This is all I can handle for now." Jack braced the dinghy while Seth, Will, and Fitch climbed aboard. "I'm psyched," Fitch said, as they rowed out to where Wendigo was anchored in the harbor. "I've been dropping hints about going sailing all summer." It seemed everyone was happy about the excursion, but Seth. It was a beautiful day. The lake was a translucent bottle green color, and only a few high clouds interrupted the endless blue of the sky as Jack fired up the motor to push the boat out of the harbor. Dozens of white sails pricked the horizon. Once they were in open water, Seth resigned himself to the situation, working hard to crew under Jack's direction. He remembered a little about managing the sails from the times he'd been out with Warren Barber. Jack was a smart and aggressive skipper, if Seth was any judge. Eventually, Jack turned the mainsail sheet over to Seth while he managed the jib. The wind was brisk out of the west, and when they got it right, the boat flew over the water, smashing through the great lazy fair-weather swells. He and Jack traded off, but Will and Fitch seemed inclined to sit in the spray at the bow of the boat and do as little work as possible. They anchored off one of the less crowded beaches east of Trinity and went swimming. Seth left Jack's knife carefully hidden in his clothes. The water was still cool, even in August, but it was a hot day, and after only a brief period on deck, they were ready to go back in. After a leisurely lunch and another swim, they dozed for a time on deck, the boat gently rocking in the swells, before heading back toward town. They were moving against the wind this time and had to do some elaborate tacking. It took them much longer to return than it had to sail out. "You're hired, Seth," Jack said, grinning as Seth nailed a complicated come-about. "Better than these two losers." He nodded at Will and Fitch. Fitch lifted his can of pop in a toast. "To the crew." It was late afternoon when Jack started up the motor, and they threaded their way back into the harbor. A perfect day, but Seth couldn't help wondering if the meetings at the Legends might still be going on. He'd already wasted 1 day out of 2. The other 3 had remained in their swimming gear, but he had changed back into his clothes, sticking the knife back under his waistband. When the dinghy had drifted close enough, Jack leaped out onto the pier and secured the line. He and Seth muscled the cooler out of the boat and carried their gear up the steps to the marina parking lot. Jack turned back toward the marina office. "I'm going to go see what kind of bait Jerry's got," he explained. "Maybe we can go fishing tomorrow." He headed back down the steps. And that will take care of tomorrow, Seth thought. Now might be his only chance to break away. As soon as Jack was out of sight, Seth said, as if he'd only just thought of it, "I just remembered I was supposed to meet Aunt Linda over at the new house at 4:30. I'm already late. Tell Jack I had to go." Without waiting for a response, he sprinted through the parking lot and around the corner. The Legends Inn was about a quarter-mile west of the marina, on a point of land that formed one side of the harbor. Seth wondered if Jack would guess where he had gone and come after him. He would just have to move quickly enough to stay ahead of him. The front door of the inn opened into the parlor, where he'd made his date with Madison Moss. From his previous visit, Seth knew that the meeting rooms and dining rooms lay immediately beyond. He stopped at the reception desk and smiled at the girl in the high-necked Victorian blouse. "Can you tell me if the meeting is still going on?" he asked politely. She looked Seth up and down skeptically, disapproving of his sailing clothes. "The meetings are over for the day. They just adjourned about a half hour ago." "I have a message for one of the participants, name of Gregory Lester. Can you tell me which room is his?" "And you are?" "Aaron Hanlon." She extended her hand. "I'll give him the message." "I need to deliver it in person." "Shall I ring him for you?" She put her hand on the phone in the desk. "That's okay," Seth said hastily. "If he's not there, I'll just slip it under the door." She hesitated. There was obviously a policy. Seth was beginning to think he was going to have to use more overt persuasion. But it seemed she saw little threat in Seth. "He's in room 210. Second floor. The elevator is over there," she pointed. "Thank you." He decided to take the stairs instead, reasoning that he was less likely to run into someone he knew. It also allowed him to delay things that much longer. He could think about murdering Gregory Lester all the way up to coming face to face with the wizard. Then, the image failed. Not a good omen. Vous devez envisager le succès, Genevieve had often said to him. You must envision success. He realized he was leaving a clear trail for anyone who wanted to track him down. More than that, he knew that murder was a mortal sin, the kind that took you straight to hell. But he had no choice. Lester had already killed Trevor and Jason, and it seemed he still had plans for Seth. Painful plans, no doubt. You've been a tough little bastard, Lester had said. Now we'll find out just how tough you are. Fragments of nightmares came back to him, like jagged glass beneath his skin. They'd come close to taking him at the river. They might succeed the next time. I know where you live, Barber had said. We'll find Linda Downey and her sister Rebecca. We'll find your girl, we'll find your warrior friend, and in the end, we'll find you. Seth paused in the stairwell and readied his weapons. His right hand found the knife under his t-shirt, and he slipped it out into his hand. He pulled the bottle from his pocket, yanked the stopper, and daubed the blade liberally with the contents. Mercedes Foster had warned him that it was more potent than the venom of any snake and undetectable by Anawir medicine. Carefully, he slid the knife back into its sheath. Returning the bottle to his pocket, he groped for the portal at his neck. He knew better than to engage Lester directly. He would wait, unnoticed, like a viper in the grass, for the headmaster to come within reach of his sting. Unnoticeable Seth emerged from the stairwell and walked quietly down the hall toward the end where he knew 210 must be. Seth? Seth Macaulay, is that you? He spun around, clutching for the knife, his breath catching in his throat. His first thought was that the always reliable, unnoticeable charm hadn't worked. But no, it was Madison Moss, in a long skirt and sleeveless cotton sweater and little strappy sandals, her exuberant hair gathered into a net studded with rhinestones. His heart stuttered at the sight of her. She bore down on him as beautiful and dangerous as a summer storm over the lake. It seemed that Madison was as impervious to unnoticeable charms as to other forms of wizardry. "Where have you been?" she hissed. "I've left messages, I've stopped by your house." He raised his hands, as if he could hold her off. "Madison, we can't. This isn't a good time." "Well, I guess there is no good time. I thought we were friends. If this is about what happened at the river, I think I have the right to make my own choices." She kept coming forward, and he backed away until she had him penned in a little alcove at the end of the hall. Desperate to stop the flow of words, he gripped her wrist and pulled him toward her, pressing his hand over her mouth. "Listen, some of those people we saw at the river are right here at the inn. They'd like nothing better than to finish what they started." Madison broke away from him and looked up and down the hallway. Then she moved closer to him and lowered her voice. "Then why are you here?" Her voice tremored a bit. A question that Seth could not answer. He gripped her elbows. "They won't notice me. I'll be fine unless you give me away." She blinked at him. "You expect me to believe you're invisible?" "Right." But she sounded a little unsure of herself. Then he heard footsteps. He looked over Madison's shoulder and saw someone tall and angular striding toward them down the hall like an avenging spirit. It was Leander Hastings. Seth nodded toward Hastings. "He's looking for me. Please, don't say anything." And he faded back into the alcove. Madison did not turn around. She advanced to the window and pretended to look out, resting her hands on the sill. Hastings came on, scanning the room numbers to either side. He paused when he came to 210, turned aside, put his ear to the door, and knocked. There was no response. He straightened and stood watching Madison for a moment. "Excuse me," She winced when he spoke, then turned toward him, gripping her skirts on either side. "Have you seen a young man about your age? Tall and thin, dark curly hair?" Hastings lodged himself in the entrance to the alcove, effectively preventing escape. "No, sir, I haven't." She looked up at him, eyes bright, color high. "If he's a guest at the inn, you could check at the front desk." Her eyes flicked quickly toward Seth, as if to verify that he was still there, then back to Hastings. "He's not a guest, though I have reason to believe he might have come up here. He passed by the front desk not 10 minutes ago." Hastings leaned against the doorframe, frowning. Madison shrugged. "Haven't seen him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." Hastings didn't move. He searched the alcove with his eyes, then looked back at Madison. She glanced again at Seth. He shook his head, putting his finger to his lips. Hastings reached into his trouser pocket, drew out a small pouch, fumbled it open, then suddenly flung its contents towards Seth. It was a light, glittery powder, and it coalesced around Seth like a halo. Hastings groped into the middle of it, his fingers closing on the chain around Seth's neck. The links dissolved under the wizard's touch, and the Dirna Seifa fell free. Unnoticeable Seth was noticeable once again. So, Hastings retrieved the Dirna Seifa and put it into his pocket, then dropped a heavy hand onto Seth's shoulder, spun him around, and slammed him up against the wall. "I noticed at Becca's that you were wearing a heartstone. You've obviously learned how to use it." His eyes were cold and green as the ice that forms on the deepest lakes in Canada. "Who are you looking for, Seth?" the wizard said. "Perhaps I can help you." It was hard to speak and hard not to, with all that wizard pressure on him. "Tell me," Hastings said softly, "are you still looking for the dragon?" His hand pressed lightly against Seth's windpipe, vibrating with power. Even the slight pressure made it difficult to breathe. I'm looking for Gregory Lester," Seth whispered faintly. "You're looking for your master, then? Have something to tell him, do you?" "You leave him alone, do you hear me?" In the heat of the moment, Seth had nearly forgotten Madison. Now Hastings and Seth both turned to look at her. Seth blinked to clear his vision, and Hastings even loosened his grip slightly. She grabbed Seth's arm. Power slid through Seth like hot metal through flesh, from Hastings to Madison, scouring Seth's brain of coherent thought. Seth fell, breaking the connection between them, landing awkwardly on his side. Swearing softly, Maddie knelt next to Seth, cradling his head in her arms. Seth wanted to reassure her, but he could find no words. All he could do was gape at her. She was angry. That was the first thing he noticed. But if the glitter powder revealed Seth's power like an aura, it layered her in shadow. It feathered her arms as she moved, shrouded her glittering hair, rendering her insubstantial as a spirit, a negative image to Seth's positive. Hastings sat, slumped against the wall, breathing hard, similarly incapacitated. He squinted at Madison and shook his head. "An elicitor," he whispered. "You must be. I didn't think they really existed." "I don't know what you're talking about, but if you hurt him again, I'll—" She extended her hands towards Hastings, who drew back hastily, as if afraid of being burnt, still staring at Madison in wonder. "Well, well, what am I interrupting here?" Like co-conspirators, they looked up as one. Gregory Lester stood in the entry to the alcove, holding an ice bucket that dripped condensation. He looked from Seth and Madison to Hastings, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "We were just talking about you, Gregory," Leander Hastings said, sounding somehow collected in spite of his position on the floor. He looked from Lester to Seth as if trying to discern the links between them. "Perhaps you would care to come in and have a drink, Leander," Lester offered. I was about to have one myself. You could celebrate your victory today." "It wasn't my victory," Hastings said, rising to his feet. "There is considerable support for the new constitution on the council." "But you spoke eloquently on its behalf, though why you want to empower hedge prophets, enchanters, and warriors, I haven't a clue." He might have said slime, vermin, and scum of the earth. "I don't know what you think you're giving up, other than the ability to push people around." "Then you won't join me for that drink?" Lester seemed to notice Seth for the first time. "Hello, Joseph. Warren tells me he ran into you at the park the other day." Seth extracted himself from Maddie's embrace and stood. "You stay away from me, and tell Barbara and the others to do the same, or no one walks away next time." "And yet, here you are, lurking outside my door." Lester glanced at Hastings, as if expecting him to intervene. "Perhaps you finally realized that you belong with us." "I'm never going back." "We'll see." The wizard looked over Seth's shoulder at Madison. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" Reverberating with anger, Madison tried to push forward, but Seth stuck out his arm to prevent her. "You stay away from her," Seth said. "Never mind. I know how to find her. Madison, isn't it? Such an unusual name." Lester turned away, shifting the bucket into the crook of his arm and fitting his key into the lock. Seth groped for his knife, slid it free, and lunged toward Lester. Hastings reached around from behind and gripped his wrist, dragging him back, wrapping the other arm around his body, increasing the pressure and power until Seth's hand went numb and the knife thudded on the carpet. Hastings covered it with his foot. Hastings held Seth immobile until the oblivious Lester entered his room and shut the door. Hastings scooped up the knife and, gripping the back of Seth's neck, propelled him down the hall to room 206. He unlocked the door and pushed him inside. Madison followed them in and pulled the door shut behind her. The room seemed an odd setting for Hastings, fussy with fabrics and Victorian touches, furnished with antiques of mixed heritage. The window opened to a view of the lake. A suitcase lay open on one of the beds. A small table was drawn up by the window, littered with the debris of a meeting. Cups, saucers, glasses, and papers. Hastings looked at Madison, as if wishing he could make her disappear. Her expression and body language said she had no intention of leaving. Seth would have liked to have seen Hastings try and evict her after what she'd done to him in the hallway. Instead, Hastings leaned against the door, his arms folded across his chest. "What shall we do with you, Seth?" "This is none of your business. Why don't you just leave me alone?" Seth stood, feet braced apart, breathing hard. He jerked his head toward Madison. "You should go." "I'm not leaving this time." Madison sat down on the bed looking mulish. Hastings ignored this exchange. "I told Linda it was too risky to let you stay here. It seems I was right. When Jack called me, I knew exactly where to look for you." "If it's a problem, just drive me to the city limits. The alumni will be happy to take me off your hands." Hastings' head came up. "The alumni?" "Lester's wizard slaves. I'm wanted back at school, it seems." Hastings squinted at him, as if puzzled, then sat down in one of the chairs next to the table. "Tell me about school." "The Havens? They have 500 spectacular acres on the Atlantic Ocean. They win the sailing cup every year." Seth was being a smartass, and he knew it. "Do you have a specific question?" "As it happens, I know something about the Havens," Hastings said. "Can you explain to me how you survived a year in that place? Can you tell me why you're not with them?" Seth had a sudden, strong desire to win the wizard over. He was tired of worrying about the alumni, tired of keeping secrets, tired of trying to solve his problems on his own, tired of sparring with a powerful wizard who should be his ally. If he couldn't find the dragon, maybe Hastings would do. I used the Heartstone, the Dir Nasefa. Hastings pulled the talisman out of his pocket and handed it back to Seth. Where did you get it? Another student gave it to me and taught me how to use it. His name was Jason Haley. Seth shoved the piece into the pocket of his shorts. He was my friend. He was helping me. So they killed him. He began pacing back and forth. A week ago, Lester sent some of the alumni to kidnap me. I left the sanctuary and they attacked me. He nodded at Madison. If not for Madison here and Ellen, they would have taken me. He rubbed his temples. I can't stand it anymore. They tortured me for months. They murdered my friends. Why won't they leave me alone? He walked to the window and rested his hands on the sill, looking out at the water. A chair scraped on the wood floor, and then Hastings was beside him. He grabbed Seth's chin and forced his face around so he could look him in the eyes. It reminded him of Jason, the night he'd explained to Seth about the weir. After a moment, Hastings let him go and turned away. Something had changed, but Seth wasn't sure what or how. He went and sat down on the bed next to Madison and picked up her hand, enclosing it between his two. I'm sorry, Madison. I've been a jerk. It's just... They threatened to... I don't want you to get hurt. There's more than one way to hurt a person, witch boy, she said, looking down at their joined hands. And different kinds of risks. She looked up at Hastings. What was that you called me in the hallway? The wizard turned and leaned against the window seat. An elicitor. She made a face. What's that? It sounds, like something you'd get arrested for. It's not nearly common enough to be illegal. Hastings studied her with frank interest. In fact, although I've heard of elicitors, I've never encountered one before. Jason never mentioned elicitors when he described the guilds, Seth said. Hastings nodded. Elicitors are not weir, since they have no weir stones, but they have the ability to elicit magic, to draw it away from others. And of course they're resistant to charms, as you've probably guessed by now, he added. Are they just resistant to wizards or to the Anna Wizard Weir? Hastings toyed with the ring on his right hand. My understanding is that they draw magic of all kinds. What happens to the power? Seth asked. Does it just dissipate, or could an elicitor use it herself? Hastings shrugged. I don't know. Madison was looking from Seth to Hastings as if they'd suddenly lapsed into French. I have no idea what you two are talking about. Can someone help me out here? Seth traced the lines on her palm. The Weir are people born with magical gifts. Wizards like us have the broadest range of powers. Others are specialists. For instance, they can see the future or make magical tools and remedies. The witches you knew at home are probably either wizards or enchanters. How do you two know each other? Hastings asked. Madison kicked off her sandals and dug her bare toes into the rug. Seth picked me up on the beach one morning. She works here at the inn, Seth added. At that, she looked at her watch and groaned. My supervisor's going to kill me. I'm on duty. She slipped her feet back into her shoes and stood. I have to go. I'll call you, Seth said. Right. And she was out the door. Hastings looked after her thoughtfully. There's another term for elicitors, he said. What's that? Eviscerators. He smiled wryly. Coined by wizards, no doubt. Although they have no magic of their own, they're very dangerous creatures. Are you sure you can trust her? Unfortunately, there's no way to determine if she's telling the truth. Meaning by a wizard's touch, no doubt. So I guess we just have to rely on our judgment, don't we? Like the Anawir, Seth retorted, looking Hastings in the eyes. The wizard raised his hand. All right. You're the best judge, I suppose. He paused as if debating what to say next. Look, it doesn't matter who you're after or how strong the justification. You cannot attack anyone at the conference. This wasn't a good day for Gregory Lester. He would seize any excuse to undo what's been done. What happened? The council agreed to convene an inter-guild conference to consider a new constitution based on the revised rules. If Lester and D'Orsay can't get their own way within a council of their peers, it's even less likely where there are warriors and enchanters represented. Seth, you have to promise me you won't do anything to disrupt the conference. It would play right into Lester's hands. Killing Lester is the best thing that could happen, it seems to me. He looked up into Hastings' scowl. Reluctantly, he said, Okay, I promise. You'll need to stick with Jack all day tomorrow, or I'll know about it. And you're not to come near the inn. If you violate either of those conditions, it doesn't matter what Linda says. I'll put you away where you can't cause any more mischief. Seth nodded. He didn't have much choice. Okay. I'll take you home then, said Leander Hastings. The next day, Jack and Seth left at 4 a.m. to go fishing in the Western Basin. Seth learned to bait hooks, cast a line, and clean fish. By the time they returned, the meetings at the Legends were over, and the council had dispersed. Most left the sanctuary as quickly as possible. That evening, Leander Hastings, Ellen Stevenson, and Madison Moss came to dinner. Becca was attending a concert at the Institute. It was one of the warm nights at the end of summer that make promises that won't be kept. Seth and Madison rolled lake perch and cracker crumbs and fried them, while Linda and Jack made salads and roasted the corn. Although everyone was eager to hear what had transpired at the Legends, Linda would allow no discussion of events at the conference until dessert was served. So how'd it go? Jack demanded, when the ban was finally lifted. They were eating ice cream on the screened porch. Seth and Madison had claimed the wicker swing and were pleasantly crowded in together. I'd say the outcome was mixed today, Hastings replied. Lester and D'Orsay introduced an alternative constitution and put it on the agenda for consideration at the joint meeting. He shook his head. I don't know how it could possibly pass. It's a nasty document, worse than the original rules. He looked over at Linda, as if to get her reaction, but she seemed to be deep in thought. One concern is the location of the conference. They were unable to change the composition of the Interguild Council, but they argued against holding the next meeting in the sanctuary. They say that this is a hostile environment, that the whole concept was forced on the Wizard Council at the tournament last summer. Which it was. Hastings shrugged. Lester and his group had already lost on many of the important issues. I think there was some desire on the part of the Wizard Council to appease them somehow. Where will the meeting be held? Seth asked. Second Sister. It's an island in Lake Erie, in the Western Basin. Actually Canadian. Hastings explained. Privately owned. Second Sister? Jack raised an eyebrow. I didn't think there was anything there. There's an old winery, rather like a great stone castle. It's been renovated into a guest house. The feeling was that this would be a good compromise, close to the sanctuary, convenient for everyone. They didn't want to have it in Raven's Gill? Jack asked. That had been the site of the tournament the summer before, in England. It was Claude D'Orsay's ancestral home, a stronghold of wizards. D'Orsay was the hereditary game master for the tournaments. Seth knew all this from Jack and Ellen. Hastings shook his head. Frankly, none of the other Weir would set foot in the Guild. It will be hard enough to convince them to sit down in the same room with members of the Wizard Council. They also insisted that members of the Wizard Council be present as observers. The notion was popular with wizards, of course, those on both sides of the issue who want to keep an eye on the process. I just hope we haven't given up something important. The location was suggested by Adam Sedgwick. He's an ally of D'Orsay's, and D'Orsay and Lester seconded it right away. Have you found out who owns it? Linda asked. A group of investors from Detroit. Friends of Sedgwick's. He shrugged. When will the meeting be? Seth asked. In 2 weeks, said Hastings. Invitations will go out in a week. A subcommittee is going to decide who gets invited. That's me, Ravenstock, Lester, and D'Orsay. Seth became alert at the name Ravenstock. I hope Ravenstock is on our side, he said. He's with us now, so the subcommittee is evenly divided. It won't be easy coming to an agreement on the membership. I don't think wizards should pick the attendees, Linda said, as if coming out of her trance. Seems like the other guilds should choose their own representatives. Seems like, Hastings agreed. Only they're not well organized. Until this year, they were either hiding out or in service to wizards. He turned to Jack and Ellen. Don't be surprised if you are named to the Inter-Guild Council. Ellen sat up straighter, looking dismayed. Can't you find someone else? How am I supposed to negotiate with a bunch of wizards? Don't worry, Hastings smiled at her. There will be a whole team there. Besides, I think you underestimate yourself. Seth heard this exchange as if from a distance, distracted by Madison's hip pressing against his and her long hair brushing his arm, her bare back with its scattering of freckles. He knew he didn't have to worry about being invited to the Wizard Council. He was small change in the wizard world. He wondered if the results of the proceedings would make any difference in his own personal situation. Perhaps a new constitution would get Lester off his back, give him something else to keep him occupied, since the current rules had done nothing to discourage him. It was something to hope for, but Seth was not optimistic. There was one other card to play. He looked across at Linda Downey. Every day his wizardry skills were growing. One day soon, he would ask his questions, and she would answer him. Chapter 15. The Storm. The day after the conference, Hastings left for New York, where the subcommittee was convening. Matters were moving fast. The invitees would not have much time to make their decisions. Perhaps that was part of the strategy. School was scheduled to start in a few weeks, but it was hard to focus on that with so much going on in the parallel universe of the Weir. Seth had already registered at the high school and signed up for his classes. He had never gone to a public school, but he was looking forward to it, especially now that he might actually stay and graduate. Linda's house was scheduled to be finished by Halloween. She and Seth visited daily to monitor its progress. His room had its own bathroom and a turret with a winding staircase, another special touch the contractor had suggested. Madison worked a heavy schedule at the Legends, but Seth often met her for breakfast before she started her shift. They sometimes walked on the beach early in the morning or on muggy summer nights after her shift ended. They attended openings at Trinity's Chapel Gallery. When she worked a double shift, they would go to afternoon matinees in the air-conditioned downtown theater, blinking like nocturnal animals when they emerged into the brilliant sunshine. She set limits that suggested that she just wanted to be friends. Seth was hoping for something more. She seemed to look on Seth as a window into another world. There was a wistful urgency to summer pastimes in the last days before school started. Jack made plans to take the sailboat out of the water, since it was unlikely there would be time to go sailing once school was in session. So a week after the end of the Wizard Council, Jack invited Ellen, Seth, and Madison to go sailing one last time. It was a beautiful late summer day. Not too hot, with high clouds and a brisk breeze coming out of the west. There were white caps out beyond the cut from the harbor. The spray hit their faces as they headed into the wind toward Sandusky. Madison had never been sailing. She couldn't swim, in fact. Seth had strapped her into a bright orange life jacket before they left the dock. She'd been pale and snappish, but determined to go. Now her apprehension seemed to have faded. She sat in the right rear corner of the boat, one hand trailing in the water, her face turned up to catch the spray. She'd pulled her hair back into a ponytail, anchoring a Cincinnati Reds baseball cap. Ellen's sailing skills were on par with Seth's. She'd never sailed before coming to Trinity, having spent all her time training to kill people. But she was strong and willing, and soon Seth and Ellen were making the boat fly over the waves, while Jack supervised from a seat on the side of the boat. Seth loved this business of capturing the wind, of having his way with it. The breeze made him feel like he was flying. He suddenly realized that he was very much at home on the water after a summer in Trinity. The contrast with his season at the Havens was breathtaking. It was after 2 when they started out, and by 4, they were already several miles west of Trinity. The weather seemed to be turning. Great towers of clouds had piled up off to the west, and the sky that had been blue was rapidly darkening. "I don't remember hearing anything about thunderstorms," Jack said, puzzled. "We'd better head back." Seth and Ellen brought the boat about, expecting the sails to fill with the freshening wind, but it died away suddenly, then changed direction, now blowing strongly from the east. They continued to have to tack back and forth, finding it just as hard to head back as it had been to head out, against the wind. "That's weird," Jack said, "especially with what's coming out of the west." He looked apprehensively over his shoulder. The ragged edges of the cloud bank were overtaking them. The surface winds were blowing one way, and the winds aloft another. "We'd better use the engine or we'll never outrun it. I'll bring her in a little closer to the shore." He sat down in the captain's chair and tried to start the engine. There was no response. No sound save the slap of water against the hull of the boat. Jack lifted the cowling, peered into the tangle of metal, made a few adjustments, and tried again. Still nothing. He shook his head. "This thing worked fine 2 hours ago when we left the harbor." He stood carefully and looked about, scanning the horizon. The few boats that were left were far ahead of them, scurrying for shore. The strange easterly was blowing stronger than ever, and the boat began to wobble in the heavy seas. Madison crouched in the corner, holding on to her hat with one hand, gripping the tow rail with the other. Jack helped Seth and Ellen put up the storm jib and took over the management of the sails. Despite all their efforts and Jack's expertise, the boat seemed to be standing still in the water as the storm overtook them. Jack strapped on his life jacket and made sure everyone else did too. The light had fled, and the lake had turned from a deep blue to a slate-gray color, flecked with white and yellow foam. The boat pitched and rolled as the seas grew heavier. Lightning strobed across the sky and thunder boomed from not far off. "Try the radio," Jack directed Ellen. She played with it for a few minutes. There was no static. Nothing. "Either I'm not doing it right or it's not working," she reported. Leaving the sails in Seth's hands for a moment, Jack tried it himself. The radio was dead. By now, the wind was a gale, the noise of the wind and the water so loud they couldn't hear each other, even when they shouted. Jack moved quickly from one side of the boat to the other, ducking under the boom, directing them with hand gestures. A few large drops of rain splattered on the deck, although by now There was so much water aboard, it was hard to tell. Seth realized the boat was actually being driven backward in the water, stern first, pushed by the wind toward the west. He looked at Jack, who had stopped fussing with the sails and was staring, one hand on the tiller, at the rear of the boat. Slipping and sliding on the wet decking, they lowered the sails with the downhaul sheets and snugged the sails to the poles. Water slopped over the stern as the boat plowed on, threatening to founder them. Jack used the rudder to bring the boat about. They picked up speed, cutting through the tops of waves as if they were under full canvas, heading northwest. And then it came to Seth. A revelation. You're no longer in the sanctuary. You're nowhere. But you're going somewhere, and you're taking 3 people with you. The rain was sheeting down in torrents, icy needles against the skin. Their clothes and hair were plastered to their bodies, and the noise of the storm was a constant clamor. Madison hung on grimly, shifting her weight on command to keep the boat righted. Jack was still maneuvering the rudder, while Seth and Ellen released a little reefed canvas. The boat flew on toward an unknown destination, away from Trinity. Seth had an idea. A desperate one. Being careful to keep a firm hold on the rail, he worked his way to the stern, where there was a storage compartment under the seat. He forced the door open and pulled out a bright yellow, rubbery, cylindrical object. Seth staggered back to the rail, clutching his prize against his chest. "What are you doing with the raft?" Jack demanded. Seth hooked both arms over the rail and then lifted his leg over. "Seth, don't!" Madison released her death hold on the rail and slid toward him. Then the boat bucked and she lost her footing and fell, sliding across the wet deck. She grabbed onto the rail and pulled herself into a sitting position. A cut above her right eye welled up, the blood sluicing away in the rain as quickly as it appeared. "Stay where you are," he shouted, lifting his other leg over the rail. He clung to the outside, great swells crashing over him, trying to maneuver the raft into the right position. "Seth!" Madison was inching toward him again. "What's the matter with you?" "Don't you see? The storm's for me," Seth said. Jack struggled with the tiller, trying to keep the boat from turning crosswise to the wind. "If you think this is wizardry, you're wrong. Not even a wizard can control the weather." "Explain this, then." Seth would have waved his arm had he dared to let go. "I'm going to bail. Maybe you'll be all right." "Come on, man," Jack said desperately. "Get back in the boat. We've done okay so far." "It's not just the journey. It's the destination you should worry about." The boat was still flying west, as if pushed by an invisible engine. The next part would be tricky. Somehow, he needed to land in the raft. Turning his back to the rail, he grabbed the cord on the CO2 cartridge in his teeth and gave it a fierce yank. The raft inflated, like a yellow bomb going off, and Seth let go of the rail just as a body slammed into him. He fell through space in a tangle of arms and legs. The raft smacked into the water, and Seth and his attacker smacked into the raft a moment later. Water washed over them, and the raft bobbed to the surface like a cork. Seth thrashed free, rolled over, and pushed himself into a sitting position, spitting out salt water. Madison lay next to him, coughing and sputtering. He slid his hands under her arms and hauled her upright, slapping her back to clear the water from her lungs. Her hair hung in tangles, her teeth were chattering, and she looked scared to death. "Why would you do that?" he said, genuinely bewildered. She just shook her head. He pulled her in close, trying to warm her with his body. The sailboat was nowhere to be seen. He and Madison and the raft were still flying before the wind. Jack saw the raft momentarily, a yellow spot on the dark water before it was swallowed up by the storm. He stood at the railing where he'd tried to grab Seth at the last minute. Ellen was kneeling, stunned, in the bottom of the boat. The boat pitched and shuddered as the swells crashed into it. Jack lunged and seized the rudder, turning the boat into the wind, while Ellen pulled to her feet and scanned the water around them for the raft. The storm seemed to be abating. The wind dwindled, the rain slowed and stopped. The sickening pitching of the boat receded. Ellen released her grip on the rail, regaining a little color. Jack looked to the west, where a dark curtain receded across the sullen waves. To the east, the sky was brightening. There was no sign of Seth Macaulay or Madison Moss. Seth soon realized that what he did or did not do had absolutely no influence on the trajectory or speed of the raft. He lay back, holding tightly to the rubber handles on the sides, with Madison tucked in next to him, her head resting on his shoulder. When they hit a particularly fierce wave, water cascaded over them, but they could not be any wetter than they already were. The storm raged around them, despite the fact that Seth was cooperating in the only way he knew how. Wherever they were going, he was sure it was bad news, although, if they were going to the Havens, they were heading in the wrong direction. He looked down at Madison. She was lying still, eyes wide open, her left hand still gripping his life jacket. Eventually, like an animal retreating from too much stimulus, he slept. When he awoke, it was dark and still storming, lightning harsh against his eyes, and thunder grumbling like the sound of a battle moving away from him. But it wasn't thunder or lightning that had woken him, but the grating crunch as the floor of the raft hit bottom. Looking over the side, he saw that it had been driven up in the shallows next to a beach. It was a typical lake beach, a mixture of sand and rocks. The surface of the water surrounding the boat was littered with seaweed and debris, driven there by the storm. He shook Madison awake. She blinked at him, then floundered a bit, trying to sit up. Gripping her wrist, he pulled her upright. "We've run aground somewhere. They probably know I'm here, but I doubt they know about you." Seth slid out of the raft into knee-deep water and helped Madison out after him. They waded toward shore, pushing the raft ahead of them. Seth was covered in bruises, cuts, and scrapes. They shoved the raft high on the beach so it was out of the water, and they were satisfied it wouldn't float away. He put a large rock in its center to anchor it. It would have made a good shelter, but a bright yellow raft was just too conspicuous. Dense forest crowded the beach on 3 sides. The sand was spattered with flotsam from the storm, pockmarked from the rain, empty of footprints. Seth shivered. The air was chilly, and he was soaked through. It had nearly stopped raining. "Come on." Seth was anxious to get off the open beach. The late summer woods were dark and clogged with underbrush. Water cascaded down on them from above as they fought their way through it. Seth plowed forward, squinting into the gloom on either side. He finally found a place where 2 trees had sagged together, forming a sort of cave that was reasonably dry and half filled with leaves. Not the best, but just then he couldn't be choosy. "Why don't you stay here?" he said to Madison. "If you burrow down into the leaves, it might be warmer." She swiped her hair back. "I think it's better if we stay together. I could help you." "If they're looking for me, it's better if we split up. I'm going to try to find out where we are and what's going on, and then I'll come back for you. If I don't come by sunup, try to find a house or a police station." Hopefully, someone other than Lester or the alumni. It was the only plan he could come up with. Frowning, she reached up and picked leaves from the tangle of his hair. "If you don't come back, witch boy, I'm coming after you." Then she crawled back into the shadows between the great trees. Reasoning that those hunting him would most likely target the beach where they'd landed, Seth walked east, away from the beach. An overgrown path followed the shoreline. It was easier going on the trail than through the tangle of trees and briars and poison ivy. The humid air had cleared in the wake of the storm, and it had cooled considerably. Clouds sailed east, driven by a brisk wind, and a few stars pricked the western sky. The birds were beginning their pre-dawn chorus. He had walked nearly a mile when he came upon a ramshackle dock and padlocked, boarded-up cottage. He judged that it would make a better shelter for a cold, wet person than a hollow between two trees. Not only that, the padlock looked flimsy. Seth stooped and pried up a stone from the walkway. A slight sound behind him alerted him to danger. Then, a nervous voice, mangling the language of magic. He turned, still in a crouch so as to make a smaller target, and threw. The stone struck Peter Conroy in the forehead, shattering his glasses and putting an immediate end to the charm. Seth tackled him around the knees, and they rolled down the slope into the water. They wrestled in the shallows, spouting charms and counters until Seth got Peter in a headlock and held his head underwater long enough to lay an immobilization charm on him. Then he gripped Peter by the shoulders and dragged him up onto the beach. Not an easy task, since Peter probably outweighed him by half. Peter was agitated, wheezing, red in the face. "Inhaler," he gasped. Seth dug in Peter's jacket pocket, found the inhaler, and gave him a puff. The wheezing subsided, and Peter no longer looked as if he were asphyxiating, though he still looked terrified. "Please don't tell Dr. Lester," he begged. Despite the chilly air, sweat pebbled his forehead and ran down his face. "I won't say anything if you tell me what's going on," Seth said. "Where are we?" Second Sister. We're on Second Sister." Seth sat back on his heels. Second Sister? Isn't that the island where the Interguild Conference is being held? Peter nodded miserably. "Dr. Lester wanted us to bring you before they all got here." "You brought me? How'd you do that? I thought wizards can't control the weather." "Usually they can, but Dr. Lester, he uses us. He links us, and with all of us together, he can do whatever he wants." "What do you mean he links you?" Jason had used that term, but Seth wasn't sure what it meant. "You mean like what he wanted to do to me at the chapel?" "It's a charm. Back at school, I didn't even know about wizardry, and I was having these terrible nightmares, and Dr. Lester said if I would agree to link to him, the nightmares would stop. And they did, only he just takes over and makes you do terrible things. It's like being possessed." He swallowed hard. "I'm sorry about Trevor. At Christmas, you came to dinner and we just killed him, and there you were and you didn't know." Seth recalled the bizarre Christmas dinner, the relentless drinking, Warren Barber accusing him of being too good to join the rest of them, Martin Hall holding Barber off with his knife, tears running down his face, saying, "Hasn't there been enough bloodshed already? Can't you leave or gang up on him?" Seth said. Peter's pale eyes swam in tears. "He's linked to us. All the time he's linked to our stones. If we try to resist, it's like he sets fire to our insides." Tears spilled over. "I used to think the dreams were bad." Seth shuddered, thinking of what might have been, what could still happen. "What's Lester planning to do? What does he want with me?" "I don't know, but we're all out looking for you." Seth couldn't help looking over his shoulder, scanning the dark shoreline. "Who's here?" "Dr. Lester, the 14 of us who are left. Aaron Hanlon died, you know, after he and Warren and Bruce tried to bring you back." An image of Hanlon, lying on his face in the Vermilion River, surfaced. "What else is here on the island?" Peter blinked in surprise. "The winery, of course, and some abandoned cottages and fishing camps. He owns the whole thing." "So much for finding help. How did you get here? Is there a boat?" "Dr. Lester has a boat," Peter said. "There's a dock at the winery, and some of us flew in." "How do I get to the winery from here?" "You could keep following the shore path, but they're waiting for you. There's also a path across the island. They're probably watching that too." "Any suggestions?" "Turn yourself in?" Seth thought of Madison hiding near the beach where they'd landed. He should go back and find her, get her to someplace safe, wherever that was. There was the problem of Peter. Lester might suspect Seth was on the island, but he didn't know for sure. Seth preferred to keep it that way. Peter stirred, reading something in Seth's expression. "Don't leave me like this. If Dr. Lester finds me, he'll know I screwed up." "What am I supposed to do with you?" Seth asked. "Well," Peter cast about for an idea. "You could kill me." In the end, Seth left Peter alive, tied up and hidden in the boarded-up cottage. He knew Lester and the alumni might search the place, but he couldn't think what else to do. Eventually, he reasoned, Peter would work himself free. Seth loped back down the trail toward Madison's hiding place. They'd find a less-traveled sanctuary closer to the inn, and then maybe they would find a way to steal the boat or call off-island or something. He found the place where the two trees leaned together, the cave-like hollow between. But the hideout was empty. Madison was gone, leaving only a trampled-down place where her body had lain. He just had time to register that fact when the immobilization charm smashed into him. He went down in the leaves, and a dozen hands grabbed him. They propped him up, and he saw a kaleidoscope of familiar faces. Bruce Hayes, Kenyon King, Martin Hall, Wayne Eggers. Then, Warren Barber loomed up in his field of vision. He gripped Seth's shirt front and jerked him to his feet. Bracing Seth against a tree, he punched him. Once, twice, 3 times. Face, stomach, face again. Finally, Barber released him. Seth hit the ground hard and lay there, his leg bent at an uncomfortable angle, the world spinning. Someone kicked him. He heard sounds of a struggle. Barber swearing, saying something about Hanlon, and King saying, "Warren, hey! Warren, are you crazy? You know Dr. Lester wants him alive." Why did Lester want him alive? And where was Madison? He had little time to speculate. They flipped him face down and tied his hands securely behind his back. Many hands hauled him to his feet. Then they were moving down the path in the direction of the inn. They carried him, hands under his arms, holding on to the waist of his jeans. He dangled like a poorly put-together puppet in their grip. Lights bled through the dripping trees. 100 yards farther, and he could see a great hulking mass of stone. It was a huge house, a castle that resembled a large outcropping of the rock itself. Elaborate walkways and gardens surrounded it, illuminated by tiny lights that glittered like stars through the wet foliage. They brought him in a side entrance, which led into a long corridor paved in stone and lined with elaborate metal wall sconces and slitted windows. The interior was layered in velvets and hand-loomed tapestries depicting hunting scenes. They turned some corners and pushed open a door, ending in a large study lined with bookshelves, a stone fireplace at one end. Oriental rugs covered the floors. A desk and credenza anchored one side of the room, loaded with computer and communications equipment. "Dr. Lester?" Hayes cleared his throat. "We found him." Lester materialized from the shadows at the perimeter of the room like a predator with perfect camouflage. He surveyed Seth dispassionately. Seth hung between Hayes and Eggers, soaked and slimed with blood, sand, and mud, an anomaly in the elegant room. "Release the charm and step away." Hayes disabled the charm and propped Seth up on his feet. Lester opened a drawer in the desk and brought out a digital camera. He took several photographs of Seth from different angles, then set the camera down next to the computer. Retrieving a knife from the drawer, he extended it to Eggers, along with a small plastic bag. "Get me some of his hair. Then cut him free and remove his shirt." Eggers carefully lifted a lock of Seth's hair, sliced it away, and dropped it into the plastic bag. Then he cut Seth's hands free. Seth rotated his shoulders and rubbed his chafed wrists. "I'm sorry, Joseph," Eggers whispered, not moving his lips. He and Hayes stripped off Seth's filthy, blood-smeared T-shirt. Lester held out a larger plastic bag, and they stuffed it in. "Get him something else to put on," Lester said, and Martin Hall left the room. Seth stood shivering while Lester opened a small cabinet at one side of the fireplace, chose from the bottles clustered on a sideboard, and poured several inches of amber liquor into a glass. "Would you like something, Joseph?" he asked, without turning around. Seth said nothing. Lester laughed. "Will you relax? Believe me, I plan on keeping you reasonably intact for at least a few more days." Martin returned with a worn navy sweatshirt and handed it to Seth. He pulled it on. "Wait outside," Lester said. The alumni obediently filed out. "So," said the headmaster, in a way that suggested that matters were just as they should be. "Welcome to Second Sister." He paused, anticipating a reaction and looking disappointed when it didn't come. "Yes, the site of the Inter-Guild Conference. We're quite anxious to show it off." "Why did you bring me here? I have nothing to do with this." "You'll be staying here a few days, at least until your father comes." "Father." A percussion began inside Seth's chest, reverberating into his throat. Lester misread his expression. "Really, how long did you expect to keep it a secret?" "My father is dead." The old lie came back to him. Software engineer, died in a fire. "He sent you to the Havens to spy on me, yes? And then sent Linda Downey to extricate you when you were about to be exposed." "What?" It was just like when he was back in school and he was being accused of things, except in those days he was always guilty. "Though I'm surprised the dragon would put his own son in harm's way. He must have considerable confidence in your abilities." Lester swirled the liquid in his glass. "I often wondered why you were so resistant to persuasion. You and Jason Haley were the only recruits who refused my offer. I should have known you were getting help." "You think the dragon is my father?" Lester smiled, returned to the sideboard, refilled his glass. "Why? What makes you think so?" Seth said. "We launched an operation against the dragon's hideout in London. He escaped, unfortunately, but we found a file on you. Joseph Macaulay, correspondence to and from a law firm, admissions papers from a school in Scotland, Dunham's Field, I believe it was. Dunham's Field. He'd lasted 6 months at Dunham's Field. When we looked into your background, we discovered certain discrepancies. Lester sipped at his drink. You see, we've developed considerable scientific capabilities that will make it easier to track the lesser guilds, to ferret them out of their burrows. We'll come to power in a different world. You left a large quantity of blood behind in my office. We've made a DNA match. The tempo of Seth's pulse quickened. A match with who? Now I suppose we'll see whether your father feels any sort of obligation toward you. A match with who? Since you and the dragon have been working together, perhaps you can tell us where to find the others involved in your organization, those who won't be attending the conference. Right. Well, I don't think the dragon really exists. I think you all use him as an excuse, someone to blame things on. I had hoped that by now you understood the price of resistance, that you would want to cooperate. Lester didn't look disappointed, though. His expression was that of a man sitting down to a feast. Lester set his empty glass on the table and came toward him. Seth took one step back, another, then held his ground, his body tensing with remembered pain. He searched his memory of the lessons with Snowbeard. Counter-charms. Focus. Lester gripped his shoulders. His lips were moving, speaking the charm, but Seth wasn't listening. He was shaping the counter. Flames coalesced on Lester's fingertips, but when he launched them, Seth gathered them up and sent them roaring back. Lester screamed and released him as though he'd been scalded. He managed to throw up a shield, a hardened wall of air, in time to turn Seth's following volley of flame. Seth assembled his shield, hardened it, pressed against Lester's barrier, forced the headmaster back to the wall, flat against the wall. Pressed harder. They stood, face to face, the clear shields between them. Lester's eyes stretched open in surprise, the white visible around the ball-bearing centers. Sweat rolled down the headmaster's face, his jaw clenched with effort. His hands came up, palms pressing against the shield, trying to force Seth back. Flame ran in rivulets on both sides, like rainwater down a window, eagerly seeking a way through. Jason, Seth thought. Jason, Trevor, Jason's father and me. How many tortured, how many lives destroyed. The alumni, once students like him, made into monsters. He pushed harder, trying to squeeze the life out of Lester, to press him like a grape. The alumni poured into the room and dragged him back, beating him to the floor with their charms until he lay helpless on the cold stones. They gripped him by the hair, raised his head, and poured a thick, sweet liquid down his throat. It must be Weirsbane, he thought, recognizing it from Mercedes' array of potions. Disables the Weirstone. He coughed, spat, and rolled his head from side to side, but they managed to get most of it down. "Why won't you let me kill him?" he whispered. "What's wrong with you?" He heard Lester's voice issuing orders. They lifted him, carried him out of the study, down a narrow stairway, around turns, with scarcely room to manipulate his uncooperative body. The air cooled, smelling of damp stone. Lights flared ahead of them, driving away the dark. They passed through an arched doorway into a small, rough chamber. Now the air smelled of damp and yeast and fermentation. Barrels lined the wall. It was an old winery. That was it. They laid him on a table, immobilized him, and disappeared. He lay flat on his back, squinting into the glare of a bare light bulb in a metal cage. The Weirsbane was taking effect. His thoughts moped about, colliding randomly, to little purpose. Madison. Where was Madison Moss? No one had mentioned her. Was she dead? Held captive? Or had she escaped? If she'd escaped, where could she go? How big was Second Sister? Would there be places to hide? Come back to me, witch boy, or I'll come after you. He willed her to stay away. Lester said the dragon was his father, and said there was proof. If it was true, why had he never claimed him? He heard a sound, the door opening and closing, footsteps. Lester appeared within his field of vision and leaned over him. The headmaster's left hand was wrapped in gauze midway up to his forearm. Above the wrapping, the skin was angry red and blistered. Seth's work. The gray eyes had changed, too. They were no longer flat, opaque, metallic. Now, they burned with hate. He set a leather bag on the table next to Seth, brushed Seth's hair back from his forehead, an intimate gesture that made Seth's skin crawl. Now, the headmaster said, we'll talk. Chapter 16. Old Stories. Being at home was unbearable, Jack thought. The house on Jefferson Street had turned into a dismal place where people snapped at each other and blame hung in the air, unassigned. It had been 3 days since Seth and Madison disappeared. That first day, Coast Guard helicopters had searched until dark, but could find no sign of the raft. The search resumed on subsequent days in wider and wider circles from the point at which they'd disappeared. It was hard to remain optimistic as the hours dragged by. After the storm passed, Jack tried the engine again, and it worked fine. The radio, too. When he radioed the Coast Guard, he'd had to tell them that Seth and Madison had gone over the side during the storm, a few miles offshore. He and Ellen had been interrogated and tested for drugs and alcohol by law enforcement staff who seemed to suspect that the accident had a more mundane explanation than the one they offered. The Coast Guard referred to the storm itself as a squall line. At least it had shown up on radar. Everyone agreed that Lake Erie in autumn could be treacherous, but no other boats had been trapped by the storm. Only theirs. If the Coast Guard and the police were bad, Linda and Hastings questioned them even more relentlessly. They used Snowbeard's apartment over the garage as a command post. Linda sat, still and focused, her face pale as porcelain. Hastings paced back and forth like a tiger in a cage. It's Lester. You know it is, Linda said. Jack had never seen his aunt so desolate. She looked extinguished. Hastings shook his head. No wizard is strong enough to control the weather. He turned to Jack. Is it possible that it was a natural storm, and Seth just panicked, thinking it was wizardry? Jack looked at Ellen, raised his eyebrows. She shrugged and looked away. Anything's possible on Lake Erie, he said. But I've been sailing for years, and I've never seen anything like this. We were literally flying backward through the water under no canvas at all. As soon as Seth and Madison jumped, it stopped. Ellen leaned against the counter. What I'm wondering is, if it's Lester, why did he want Seth back so much? I mean, first, the thing at the park, and then... Her voice trailed off, and she looked a little confused. What thing at the park? Jack asked. Ellen frowned. I don't know, there was something that had to do with Seth and Lester and the park, and I kind of forgot it. She pressed her fingertips to her forehead, as if she could rearrange thoughts from the outside. Wizards attacked Seth at the Vermilion River, she said haltingly. They said they were going to take him back to the Havens. She looked up wide-eyed. I killed one." "And you forgot?" Linda demanded. Ellen looked totally lost. "I don't know, Hastings swore softly, pounding his fist into his open palm. "Seth, he must have used mind magic on you. Lester said something to him at the Legends about the park. Seth told Lester to stay away from him. Lester blew him off, and it's hard to give up secrets." "It's Lynn." He spun out a gossamer thread from his fingertips, between his two. "If we find Lester..." "No. I've waited long enough. He doesn't appear to know who your mother is, and I would prefer with power and impatience. We know they're not in Maine. Lester and his apprentices are gone, and the school is locked up. He's not at his place in Cornwall, and they're not at Ravensgill. That's 3 places they're not." "We'll see him at the conference in 10 days, Jack said dryly. The subcommittee had met, and the selections had been made. Ellen Stevenson and Jack Swift would represent the Warrior Guild, Linda Downey the Enchanters, Blaze Highborn the Seers, and Mercedes Foster the Sorcerers. There were others. Jack wrapped them in the shirt tail, applied gentle pressure. That second sister. "Something bothers me. Somebody knew about me. Said about me. I found out about you 3 days. I'm sorry our first meeting as father and son has to take place." Hastings sat back on his heels. "No Hastings' fault. They hate us. Ellen and I started this," he said. He knelt next to Seth, sliding into place on the other side of the door. "To eat something." "Yes, sir." For his heart. "Bring us something anyway. She's caused them a lot of trouble already. You think they couldn't find another in house, welcoming a guest rather than a prisoner? Bring down some bedding, towels and soap, and a change of clothes for him. Our own representatives to the meeting, because they're bringing all their enemies together in one place," Jack said. "It's a trap." Linda nodded. "Probably. But either way, they have us. If we stay away, but Lester's awful work table as the centerpiece." Chamber, frowning like a guest in a substandard hotel. Peter wrapped Seth's shirt tail around the bleeding hand, so that by the time they reached the cellar, Seth was close to fainting. He wrote, "Then we really only need one representative from a guild." He wiped the bloody knife on Seth's shirt and careless plans. "I've offered Joseph I have plans for him." Hastings' eyes want to sit down and negotiate with a bunch of wizards, Jack pointed out. "I won't forget this," he said, but Seth could feel his anger, like a beast crouching in the room, and looked straight across the room at Hastings. They were bleeding heavily, blood staining the unfinished wood. They'd fought a match 3 days ago, and he was still feeling it. It took a minute, and several deep breaths, but when he opened his eyes, convince himself it was somebody else's hand, and somebody else's pain, Seth had time to close his eyes before the blade came down. "My sword last summer, tell me that." Ellen almost never brought that. "He always gets the blame for everything that goes missing." Lester smiled. "It came from the Horde to be the one to go, Aunt Linda. Aren't there lots of enchanters to choose from?" Being careful not to touch the wizard. Martin's hands were She looked as if she would say more, but then caught herself and said quietly, "That's better," said Lester. "And we have to finish it. Besides, would you have me send someone else into a trap?" Ellen rolled her eyes. "You notice he always wants to leave the isolated the little finger, pulling it away from the others, then picked up a knife from Mr. nodded to the alumni. They converged on the wizard, but he said bluntly, "It's not my fault that they both happen to be women. The strings of the spy network. No one to set traps for the unwary." Lester didn't seem to notice. Then Jack reached out and put a hand on the back of Ellen's head and pulled her into his arms. Said, That was the deal. A trade. Because his grip tightened and he said, "Don't." Gone. They'd finished most of the exterior work and had shifted to the inside. Rolls of paper, and could it be true? Seth sat pinned to the chair as if assuring himself that he was complete. Quickly toward them until Lester put up a hand, stopping him several yards. The barber entered, followed by another man. It was ending in this nightmare. She had been a fool to think she could protect him through Lester's fingertips. "What's up?" Seth asked. By now, Seth could read the wizard's touch. Pow shirt. He spoke briefly to Bruce Hayes and then stood behind Seth. No chance against those odds without magic. She pictured him and Madison huddled in the raft, flying. They led him back up the narrow stairway and down quiet corridors warily, as if someone might be eavesdropping. "I think you have a—" He plucked at his clean shirt. She looked up, suddenly aware that she was no longer alone. At each other, shook their heads. "Just you." Mark released a long, exasperated breath. "Are you guys? So do we. There's got to be a way to break it." He crossed the room until he stood over her. He put out his hand and... "Then why didn't you let me finish him?" "We're linked." 2 pictures. Some wadded-up cloth and a lock of hair, dark with a little curl to it. "Hair that scared of you," Martin confided. "That's why he keeps you doing." Third, he knew that to give in was to betray. Matized him somewhat. Second, he knew from Peter that shirt and blue jeans, looking warily at the camera. Seth took deep breaths, fighting down. "Think with him. It makes him crazy." Photograph, smeared with blood and dirt. She looked up at Hastings, waited for him to explain. "Pissed, because he can't get anything out of you." It was a feeble joke, to meet and make a deal. His voice, something in his voice. But Linda said that a drowning was easiest to explain. So when they were done, panic and hope and fear flooded through her by turns, and then... Why did Lester contact Hastings? Hastings squatted so that his face was all old man. "What happened? How did you get away, Jason?" Jason patted his back awkwardly, between them. "Now here's the strange..." "Said you were dead," Seth whispered, as seemed appropriate. Seth remembered, although somehow more alive, as if the flesh havens, he'd been unable to maintain his usual style. He was still ragged where it had been spiked. There was just a cigar. As soon as he'd heard it, he must have known. "Jason?" Seth said it louder than he intended, and Jason, "Or what? I think you've grown." Impossible. Him. "Hey, Clueless," he whispered, to hear that voice again. The owner of the voice rose and disappeared. "I searched for you for more than a year. I nearly went crazy. Then all of a sudden last year, and his name, so he said, 'Hastings?' out loud. Next thing I know, your father here tracked me down. He put his wizard hands around my throat, wanting to know who I'm working for and why I'm so damned interested in the dragon. Hastings shrugged, a slight smile on his face. Even after a night's sleep, he still looked pale and tired. The torque around his neck was nearly black, like a piece of silver exposed to the elements. Of course, I'd heard of Leander Hastings. Everyone has. It wasn't easy convincing him not to kill me. I told him all about the Havens, what Gregory and the gang were up to, showed him the portal and how it worked. Naturally, he was real interested once he was persuaded I wasn't on the other side. That's why you knew about the alumni, Seth said, looking at Hastings. And you weren't surprised when I showed you the portal stone at the Legends. Hastings nodded. I assumed you were working for Lester, until I found out Jason had been helping you. After our conversation at the Legends, I asked Jason about you and confirmed that you were telling the truth. And you let me keep thinking Jason was dead? Seth shook his head in disbelief. Hastings hesitated. It's important that Lester and the alumni not find out that Jason is alive. Now let's see what the old bastard did to you, Jason said, changing the subject. Reluctantly, Seth extended his right hand. Jason examined it gently, turning it over, being careful of the injured fingers. He gave you a witch's hand, Seth, he said softly. Witch's hand? What are you talking about? Seth pulled his hand back. 3 middle fingers, all the same length. Old magic. Witch's hand, Jason said solemnly. Just then they heard the rattle of the bolt on the door sliding back, and Jason went unnoticeable as it opened. It was Martin Hall and Bruce Hayes. Martin was carrying a breakfast tray. He set it down on the table. How was the wine? He asked Hastings. Perfect, the wizard replied, indicating the empty bottle by the door. My compliments. Martin looked pleased. He took off his glasses, polished them on his shirt, returned them to his face. Not too much berry? Perfect, Hastings said again. Enjoy your breakfast, Martin said. I'll bring another bottle tonight. The other guests will be arriving tomorrow night, so I'll be pretty busy after that, he said, almost apologetically. The alumni left, and they heard the bolt slide back into place. They sat quietly for a moment, to be sure they were gone, and then Jason reappeared. Seth and Hastings ate at the table while Jason sat on one of the cots. Jason didn't eat much before he set his plate on the floor. He rose, pacing back and forth like a tiger in a cage. So what are you doing here? Seth asked, pushing his plate away. He was finding that eating with his left hand was awkward. He had eaten his muffin without butter because he didn't think he could handle the knife, and he didn't want to ask for help. How did you get in here? Are you just visiting the prisoners or what? Jason stopped pacing. There was another exchange of glances with Hastings. Your father and I have been working together, Jason said. Seth felt a twinge of jealousy that Jason had this shared experience with his father. When they brought him here, I hitched a ride. He hesitated, looking at Hastings again, as if for permission to go on. Hastings nodded. Although we don't know exactly what the plan is, Jason and I are going to do what we can to ruin it. The first thing we're going to do is get you out of here. He gestured, indicating their surroundings. What do you mean? Seth looked from one to the other. We don't want them searching the island for you. It's just too small, Jason said. So the thing is, we'll have to kill you. Martin noticed something different as soon as he entered the cellar. It was emptier, somehow, and deadly quiet. Before he stepped farther into the room, he waited until his eyes adjusted to the dim light along the borders of the chamber, He finally made out 2 recumbent forms on the cots. No one rose to greet him, however. He carried the lunch tray to the table and set it on the floor so he could remove the breakfast dishes. Bruce Hayes remained by the door. He didn't like playing waiter, but Martin didn't mind. In fact, he considered it a privilege to serve the dragon. He transferred lunch to the table and the breakfast dishes to the tray. "It's lunchtime," he cried. He'd brought soup, and he didn't want it to get cold. Hastings spoke without moving. "I don't care for any," he said quietly. "What about Seth?" Martin gestured at the other cot. "He won't need any either." Hastings paused. "Not anymore. The boy is dead." Martin stood frozen for a moment. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Bruce Hayes warily took a step into the room, as if anticipating an attack. Martin crossed to Seth's cot. Seth lay on his back, his face waxy and pale against the sheets, hair tumbled dark against the pillow. His bandaged hands folded, a still life. Martin shoved his fingers under Seth's chin, feeling for a pulse. There was none, and he was cold to the touch. Even in the dim light, Martin could see the bruising at the base of his neck. Martin could scarcely speak. He'd liked Seth. He always liked him. And he'd enjoyed Leander Hastings, someone with power and a knowledge of and appreciation for good wine. Now all was ruined. He sat back on his heels. "Go get Dr. Lester," he said to Bruce Hayes, who was still hovering by the door. Hayes hesitated. "You shouldn't stay in here alone with—" He didn't finish. Martin just shook his head impatiently. "Just get him." Bruce shrugged and left, bolting the door behind him. "How could you?" Martin asked, staring down at Seth's face. "He was your son." Hastings said nothing. They heard a fumbling at the door, someone in a hurry. It swung open and Gregory Lester stalked in, followed by Bruce Hayes, Warren Barber, and Peter Conroy. Hastings sat up and waited, hands on his knees. Without looking at Hastings, Lester knelt next to Seth's cot and ran his fingers over him, felt for a pulse, lifted his eyelids, touched the blue-black fingerprints at the base of his neck. He shook his head, his face a mask of anger. "Not so tender after all, are we, Hastings?" The wizard spat the words out and stood. "I thought he was restrained," Warren Barber said, his voice rising. "I thought he couldn't do anything." "It's not that hard to kill a boy," Hastings said, as if from experience. "Restrained or not." "I would have expected you would find it hard to kill this boy," Lester said. "I guess I was wrong." There was a grudging admiration in the flat gray eyes. "Now your Achilles' heel is gone. Much good it will do you now. But why come all this way to kill your son, when we would have done it for you?" Hastings shook his head. "No. I came to ransom him, remember? And you reneged on the deal." He was frightened of what lay ahead of him. He asked me to save him from it, and I did. He met Lester's eyes without remorse. I spoke a few words over him. But could we get him a priest? Lester shook his head. "His immortal soul is your problem, Hastings, since you saw fit to free it." "Then let me take care of the body at least," Hastings countered. Lester hesitated, shaken by the loss of his hostage. Martin wondered if the headmaster would decide that now was the time to kill Hastings, before the conference started. No matter how powerful Hastings was, he knew they could do it, all of them together, the way Lester used them before. But no. Dr. Lester had other plans. He looked at Hastings, but spoke to the others in the room. Hastings has proven himself to be dangerous, despite his restraints. Now that the boy is dead, I think we'd better chain him to the wall. Bruce and I will see to it. Warren, you and Martin and Peter take the body, weight it down, and throw it in the lake. We don't want it resurfacing while our guests are here. Chapter 19. Second Sister. Warren Barber wished Lester had assigned someone else to the task of disposing of Joseph's body. Perhaps Lester didn't trust Hall or Conroy not to do something foolish and sentimental. Like what? Saying a rosary over the corpse? The kid was dead, after all. They'd carried the body down the path, through the woods, past the grove to the far side of the island, where a low cliff descended directly into deep water. It was as far as possible from the dock and winery complex, although the body wasn't heavy. It made a long and awkward package, difficult to maneuver through the undergrowth and over the uneven terrain. They were hot, sweaty, and exhausted when they finally set their burden down at the edge of the cliff. Now, what to use for weight? They'd brought a coil of rope along, but couldn't find anything suitable at the top of the cliff. Then, Warren remembered the concrete blocks that had been used in the restoration work. "Go get a couple of those cinder blocks from the back of the winery," he ordered the other two, one for his head and one for his feet. "I'll keep an eye on Joseph here." "Why do we have to go?" Conroy whined, smacking at a mosquito. Hall stood over the corpse like he was ready to pick a fight. "We'll stay with Seth. You go." He'd been sullen and uncooperative all the way across the island. Warren hadn't forgotten that Hall had pulled a knife on him at Christmas when Warren had gotten into it with Macaulay. Warren sighed and rolled his eyes. "Look, idiots. He's not going anywhere. We'll all go. We can get something cold to drink while we're down there." They dragged Seth's body into the underbrush next to the cliff face and headed back toward the winery building. They returned 45 minutes later, each carrying a block. Cutting 2 lengths of rope, they threaded them through the concrete and tied them securely. But when they went to retrieve the body, it was gone. Warren searched the underbrush in all directions just to make sure. Do you think some kind of animal dragged him away?" Peter asked. Sweat rolled down his fat face, and he took a puff from his inhaler. "How the hell should I know?" Warren said peevishly. "Do I look like Tarzan?" "I don't think there's anything that big around here." Martin had this earnest look on his face, like they were discussing some remotely interesting topic. "Coyotes and eagles and ospreys, maybe." For a moment, the only sound was the wind in the trees and Peter's wheezing. Then Warren said, "Look, not a word about any of this to Lester. I'm not catching hell for losing a corpse. The story is, we threw Macaulay in the lake. Understood?" Hall and Conroy nodded, wide-eyed. Seth came awake with a start, aware only of someone hovering over him. He swung out awkwardly with his fist, and his wrist was captured in a tight grip. "You'll be sorry if you punch me with that hand," Jason told him. When Seth relaxed, he released him. "About time you rejoined the living." Seth lay in a muddle of blankets on a dirt floor. At first he thought he was still in the cellar, since the walls and ceiling of the room were made of stone. But light trickled in from an unseen source around a corner, and cool, moist air brushed his face. He sat up. He was in a cave that had been made over into living quarters. Cans and boxes of food were stacked against the wall, and a Coleman stove stood in one corner. Clothing was piled on top of a wooden crate, out of the dirt. 3 large kerosene lamps lined the perimeter. Books and more boxes were heaped to the rear. "Nearly as posh as your old room at the Havens," Seth said. Next to him, in contrast with the rest of the mess, was a neatly rolled bedroll with a Cincinnati baseball cap on top. Good morning, witch boy. He turned so quickly, he slammed his elbow against the wall of the cave. Madison. She was dressed in a man's shirt and blue jeans rolled at the bottoms. Her hair was caught back in a rubber band, and a red bandana was knotted at her neck. That was all he had time to see, and then she threw her arms around him. Don't you ever scare me like that again, or I'll have your hide off in little bits, she said. Scare you? He gripped her shoulders, holding her out for inspection. Scare you? You disappeared. What happened to you? Where have you been? What happened to your hand? She pulled his gauze-wrapped hand closer for inspection. You treat me like I'm helpless, but you... He heard Jason's voice from behind him. Will you two stop flirting? You're making me feel like three's a crowd. Not that I don't approve. If you're going to wash ashore on an island, best to bring a woman along. Maddie gave him the eye. 4? Seth rubbed his elbow. I'm serious. How did you and Jason find each other? Maddie sat back and wrapped her arms around her knees. After you left me in that hiding place, a half-dozen witchmen started poking around, so I had to sneak away. I saw them grab you, but there was nothing I could do against all of them. Jason sprawled onto a pile of blankets. I found your friend here creeping up on the castle after I left you last night, and wasn't I surprised to find out she could see unnoticeable me. I figured out who she was based on Hastings' description, so I invited her to be my guest in the villa here. He rolled his eyes. It wasn't easy to convince her. What were you thinking, Seth? Taking up with a vampire who sucks magic from innocent wizards? I don't trouble the innocent, Madison drawled. Keep your magic to yourself and we'll get along. Where are we? Seth whispered. He felt stiff and sore all over, and he was all scraped up, as if he'd been dragged through brambles. What happened? Jason grinned. The portal stone worked like a charm, just like back in the cove. Cold-blooded, really, a father killing his own son. If I didn't know better, I'd have been crying myself. Lester was so pissed. You keep slipping out of his hands, one way and another, dying and such. Lester sent the guys to throw your body in the lake. I intercepted them. Seth looked up, alarmed. You what? I thought I might have to fish you out of the water, but they left you alone while they went to get drinks. When Lester hears about it, he'll know something's up. Trust me, he won't hear about it. Lester ain't that forgiving of screw-ups. Jason grinned, stretching out his thin body. I don't know why I can't be the kind of hero who gets to live in the castle. It's always the basement or the cave for me. But where are we? Seth asked again. We're on the north side of the island, in a cave on the cliff face. Before the Civil War, they hid slaves here who were escaping to Canada, then bootleg liquor during Prohibition. Now us. Take a look if you want. Jason gestured toward the doorway. Seth rose shakily to his feet, hobbled to the entrance and peered out. The opening looked straight out over the lake, toward Canada, he supposed. Far below, waves crashed against the rocks. There was a sheer cliff on either side. It was a dull gray day, and the air was full of the smell of rain. How'd you get down here? There's a sort of path, Jason said. He and Maddie had joined him at the entrance. If it's such a historical spot, aren't you afraid someone else will find it? Seth asked. Jason shook his head. It was described in an old manuscript at the Great Lakes Museum. I stole it. He leaned against the rock face. Listen, there's a boat coming from Trinity bringing reps to the conference today. That means it's going back later this afternoon. Seth shrugged. So? We're going to make you unnoticeable and put you on it, and then you're out of here. Why me? I promised Hastings. What about Maddie? Well, Jason scratched his head. We can't make Maddie unnoticeable, so I don't know how we could sneak her on board, right in front of the winery. Seth looked from Jason to Maddie. You think I'm going to go and leave her here? It's my fault she's here in the first place. I jumped in the raft after you. Maddie touched his arm. I made a choice. Drowning in the lake is one thing. Gregory Lester is another. You didn't sign on for that. And you did? Tendrils of hair had been ripped free by the wind and were spiraling about her face. Jason held up both hands. Seth, in my book, saving somebody is better than saving nobody. They all think you're dead, just like me. Believe me, it's very freeing. You can go wherever you want. No worries about Lester and the others hunting you down. No. This could be a massacre. If you leave now, you can avoid it. Later, you can take your revenge. They won't be expecting it. They won't know what hit them. Seth scowled. I don't want to take revenge for a massacre. I want to stop one. Jason stared out at the horizon. Easier said than done. Couldn't we meet the boat when it arrives and warn them? Maddie suggested. Then we all leave together. What's to keep Lester from conjuring up another little storm? Jason said. He could bring the boat back here or torch it or send it to the bottom of the lake. Very tidy. Well, Maddie thought a moment. Then let's call them and tell them to stay away. My cell phone doesn't work. I haven't seen any landlines on the island, not even in the winery. Jason fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette and sent a stream of smoke into the wind. Tell you true? I don't know if we can stop him. We have to split him from the alumni somehow. As long as he's linked up with them, he'll win any contest involving magic. We'd have to outsmart him. So we outsmart him. I'm not leaving, Seth said. Hastings is gonna be pissed. Then let him. The man finds out he's my father and begins ordering me around, Seth thought. He fingered the Dir Nasefa around his neck. We can at least get Hastings. Get my father out, can't we? Jason shook his head. If we try and bust him out, they'll know we're here for sure. If they start looking, they'll find us. Maddie removed the elastic from her hair, combed her hair with her hands, and reapplied it. You mean to tell me you and Mr. Hastings showed up here without any kind of a plan? Jason stubbed his cigarette out on the wall of the cave and flicked the butt into a coffee can. This is the plan, I'm sorry to say. He turned to Seth. Your father made a conscious decision to come after you, knowing he was unlikely to make it out alive. Seth recalled Hastings' speech in the cellar. It definitely had elements of deathbed advice. You mean he's just giving up? I think he sees you as a kind of legacy, so even if he goes, well... Jason cleared his throat and looked away. You saw that thing they put around his neck. It's called a Gefillen de Sefa, created during the Wizard Wars as a counter to high magic. What is it? Seth asked. Hastings said it drains magic. It means heart killer. It disables a wizard's stone. Once it's on, only the wizard who placed it can take it off. It will kill a wizard in about 5 days. It does look like a castle, Linda thought, looking up at the building. The walk from the dock to the winery was lined with chrysanthemums and asters in containers. Someone had gone to considerable trouble to make the place attractive, even though it was the end of the season. Just inside the front door was a massive foyer. A young wizard stationed at a desk had keys for everyone, He introduced himself as Martin Hall, explaining that he was the viniculturist for the winery. In fact, the place was full of polite young wizards. The small, nervous man who played the grand piano in the foyer, the one who showed her to her room. She had the feeling Seth would have recognized them all. She asked Martin Hall if Dr. Lester had arrived. After a moment of polite confusion, he said yes, indeed he had. So Lester had been there for some time. That might mean Seth was somewhere on the property, if he was still alive. But where was Hastings? She'd not heard a word since he'd left to meet Lester. Could you tell Dr. Lester I would like to meet with him this evening, before the conference begins? She handed Martin a business card. He'll know the name. Her room was furnished with antiques and reproductions, a four-poster bed with velvet curtains all around. The window overlooked the lake, although given the weather and the late hour, she couldn't see much. But when she opened the window, she could hear the sound of water breaking on the rocks, somewhere far below. She set up the laptop and spread the papers from her briefcase over the desk, including the 2 constitutions that had been put forward at the council meeting at the Legends, their own, and the one introduced by Lester and D'Orsay. Her thoughts spiraled away from the task at hand. Lester probably wouldn't make a deal. Why should he? He held all the cards. There was a tap on the door. It was Martin Hall. Dr. Lester wonders if now would be a convenient time to meet. Well, Lester was certainly eager. Now is fine, Linda said. She picked up her portfolio and followed Martin down the stairs and into the back hallway. They took a couple of turns, and then Martin ushered her into a walnut-paneled library. Dr. Lester will join you shortly. Martin bowed himself out. Linda looked around the room. Bookshelves lined the walls, and there was a desk with computer equipment to one side. Someone had built a fire in the stone fireplace, and expensive rugs lay scattered on the floors. The scene looked familiar. She dug in the portfolio and pulled out the photographs of Seth that Lester had sent to Hastings. Yes, they'd been taken here, in the library. So Seth had been here recently, perhaps just a day or 2 ago. She studied the pictures. He stood near the door, looking vulnerable and cold, his hair wet and plastered against his head. Welcome to Second Sister. Linda jumped when she heard the voice behind her. She swung around to see Gregory Lester framed in the doorway, wearing a sweater and jeans, deck shoes, and no socks. He made no attempt to hide the fact that he was very much at home. Instinctively, she moved out toward the center of the room, where there was more room to maneuver, less chance of being trapped against the wall. He moved to the sideboard, chose a bottle, uncorked it with a practiced hand, and poured 2 glasses. He handed one to Linda. Try this. It's a Sauvignon Blanc, something new for us. She sipped at it. A little sweet for me. This is your son's kidnapper, she thought. This is the torturer of children. I'll have Martin pour something drier tomorrow night, Lester said. He paused. I was glad to hear you were coming. I expect you would be, since you engineered it, she said. She turned the wineglass in her hands. Where is Seth? There was a flicker in the flat gray eyes, but he said nothing, and waited for her to go on. It was meant to intimidate, but in fact, it had the opposite effect. If she'd had a gun, she would have shot him. Instead, she drained her glass and set it down. You kidnapped him. You asked Hastings to meet you, said you wanted to make a deal. I want to know where he is. Another flicker in the eyes. Amusement. Anticipation. And suddenly, she knew what he was about to say. She didn't want to hear it, couldn't look him in the face to hear it, so she turned away. He stood just behind her, very close. She could feel his breath on her neck. "Joseph is dead," he said softly. "Hastings killed him." She spun away from him, turned to face him again. "You're a liar." "Not this time." A pause. "Don't you want to know how he did it?" "No." "He strangled him." An image arose of those strong hands around Seth's throat, knuckles white, squeezing. "Where's Hastings? Let him tell me himself." Lester looked steadily at her, saying nothing. "Show me Seth's body," she said. "Then I'll believe you." "It's in the lake." "Then we have nothing to talk about." And she pushed past him into the hallway. Back in her room, Linda threw herself onto her bed and lay on her back in the dark, staring up at the thicker darkness that was the canopy over her head. She felt hollow and cold, like a vessel that had been emptied too many times. She had been crying all week, and now, when the truth was worse than she had ever anticipated, her eyes were dry. Could she believe Lester when he said that Seth was dead at Hastings' hands? There was no question that Hastings was capable of killing, but could he take the life of his own son? Perhaps. To save him from Lester. She didn't want to think about the second possibility, the possibility that Hastings wanted to make sure that Linda didn't make a deal of her own. Either way, Lester was a fool. He had played right into Hastings' hands. He should have kept her guessing and hoping right through the conference, because now she had nothing left to lose. Madison came up on her knees when Seth entered the cave, but slumped back against the wall when she saw who it was. "Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you back so soon." Shivering, she wrapped her blanket more closely around her shoulders. It was cold in the cave, and she didn't have a jacket. "What did your father say?" "I didn't see him." He dropped onto the floor of the cave, sliding his hips backward until he was leaning against the wall opposite Madison. It was pouring down rain. He was soaked through, water draining off his hair and down his neck. Jason emerged from the shadows at the back of the cave and handed Seth a towel. "What happened?" "I couldn't get in. They've spun a web clear around the winery, enclosing the grounds. If we breach it, they'll know we're here." Jason swore softly. "If they find out we're here, there won't be a hole deep enough to hide in on this rock." Seth pushed wet hair out of his face. "But why would they put up a wall? Who are they keeping out if they don't know we're here?" "They must be trying to keep everybody in," Madison suggested, digging glumly through Jason's sparse food supplies. "Meanwhile, we don't have a clue what's going on inside, and my father will be dead in 4 days." Jason sat down in the doorway to the cave and lit a cigarette. "Hastings thinks Lester will wait and see what happens at the conference sessions tomorrow. They may first try to get their way through their usual tactics, bullying and subtle mind magic. The entire Wizard Council will be here, supposedly to make sure everything's on the up and up. So they may be in on the plot, whatever it is." "Did you and Hastings have a plan for the conference?" Jason gazed out at the lake. "My plan was to lurk in the conference hall. When the badness goes down, I'll distract everyone with a glamour and kill Lester and Dorsey." "That sounds more like suicide than a plan. You told me yourself there was no way to beat him as long as he's linked up with the alumni." "Well, it's the best I can do, all right?" Jason took a drag on the cigarette, released a stream of smoke. "I'll scare the hell out of them anyway." Seth realized that all along he'd been counting on Jason or Hastings to come up with a plan, a way out of this mess, Some way that he could help without assuming responsibility for its success or failure. But Hastings was chained in the winery, his power dwindling away. Since Seth's summer with Snowbeard, he'd surpassed Jason's skills in wizardry, both in native power and the learned use of charms. Jason's glamours were more than convincing, but it was just smoke and mirrors. They posed no physical threat. All Lester had to do was identify the source and destroy him. More and more it looked like Lester would win, unless Seth could come up with a way to stop him. Their only hope was to take them by surprise, and now that wasn't going to happen. "We're not going to be able to sneak into the conference unnoticed," Seth said. "We can't get through Barber's weir web without their knowing." "I can." Seth and Jason both swiveled to look at Madison. She had opened a box of canned goods and was rooting through the contents. "What are you talking about?" Seth said. "I can go through the weir web. I can help you." She came up with a can of soup, popped the top, and handed it to Seth. "Here, witch boy. Heat this up." Seth heated the soup between his hands and handed it back to her. "I don't like it," Jason said. "It's not just a matter of magical power. If they get hold of you, then I won't let them get hold of me." She sipped the hot soup. "It's better than your plan." "She has a point," Seth said. "What?" Jason demanded. "Do you really want her to walk in there alone?" Seth shook his head. "Look, everyone I care about is here on this island. I'm guessing there's going to be a bloodbath if we don't do something. If the worst happens, we can't hide out in this cave forever. Sooner or later, we'll be caught. We have talent here and the element of surprise. We've got to think of a way to make it work against them." Chapter 20. The Interguild Council. Jack surveyed the conference room critically. It was a large 3-storied hall with a gallery that ran along 3 sides on the second level. A long, polished table stood in the center of the room, surrounded by chairs. Other chairs lined the walls. The table had flat monitors set into the surface at each seat, with pull-out keyboards underneath. At one end of the room was a fireplace so massive a tall man could walk straight into it. At the other end, someone had laid out coffee, juices, and pastry. Jack hadn't had the chance to talk to Aunt Linda since their arrival. He'd tried her room, but either she wasn't in or wasn't answering her door. She'd been closeted up with Nick all morning. Jack glanced down at the nearest monitor. It said, "Jackson Swift, Warrior Guild." He circled the table, noting names and guilds, verifying what he'd learned the night before. The subcommittee had chosen 2 representatives from each guild. The soothsayers were represented by Blaise Highborn of Trinity and Aaron Bryan of Staffordshire, England. The sorcerers were Mercedes Foster of Trinity and Kip Mackenzie from Scotland. The warriors, of course, were Jack and Ellen. In addition to Linda, the other enchanter was a tall black woman, Akana Moon, whom Jack had met the night before. 2 representatives for each of the 5 guilds, except wizards. There were 4 of those: Lester, Dorsey, Ravenstock, and Nick. Plus the entire Wizard Council present as observers. Members of the other guild were invited as well, but none had dared show. Memories of the trade still lingered among the members of the so-called servant guilds. Wizards, Jack thought sourly. Just what we need less of, and only one that he knew could be trusted. Ellen laid a hand on his arm. "They still only get 1 vote, Jack." He wished Hastings were there. He wished he knew where Hastings was, and Seth and Madison. He wanted to be optimistic, for Ellen's sake, if nothing else. She was still beating herself up about the attack at the park. "Do you think they're here somewhere?" Ellen said, as if she could read his mind. "Seth and Madison?" Who knows? Jack took the loss of his passengers very personally. He'd take the place apart if he thought he could find them. A tall, bald man in a bulky gray sweater and black jeans emerged from a side door and took his place at the head of the table. Jack studied him with interest, knowing this must be the infamous Gregory Lester, Seth's former headmaster. The wizard looked around the table, smiling, lingering for a long moment on Linda. She lifted her head and met his gaze directly. He flinched a little at whatever was in her eyes. "If we can all take our seats, we had best get underway," Lester said. "We are already running a little late." The low murmur of voices ceased. Jack and Ellen moved reluctantly to their seats. Linda ignored the video display and sat next to Nick. She was pale, and there were purple shadows under her eyes. Still, she looked grim and determined, and rather corporate in a pinstripe suit. Jack and Ellen sat next to Nick, and Akana Moon next to Linda. The seats against the wall were filling up with members of the Wizard Council. Jack noticed some familiar faces. Jeffrey Wiley, the wizard who had played Ellen in the tournament and had tried to kidnap him in Trinity the summer before. Jessamine Longbranch, the wizard surgeon who had implanted Jack's stone, saving his life in order to sacrifice him in the game. Others he didn't know. Ellen's hand crept over and covered his under the table. She had insisted on coming, though she had good reason to be wary of wizards. She'd spent most of her life under their control. If she could deal with it, he could too. And, to be honest, he was glad to have her strength at his right hand. The joint council participants were each introduced, and Lester read out the agenda. There were only 2 items. The 2 different constitutional proposals, one that Hastings had pushed through the Wizard Council, and one that Lester and Dorsey had favored. Lester asked for approval of the agenda, and Nick raised his hand. "First, I move that we select a chairperson and a scribe," the old wizard suggested. The bear's head mounted on his staff gleamed softly. They'd tried to take his staff away from him at the door of the conference room. He'd said he would have to sit in the hallway then, because he was an old man of 465 years and needed its support. The alumnus at the door was no match for him, and Nick retained his staff. Lester shrugged. He had automatically assumed the role of chair. "Perhaps one of our council observers would be willing?" He looked at the wizards in the gallery. "I move that the chair be a non-wizard," Nick said quickly. "I think it would help reassure some of our Ana-Wizard participants that this is a fair process." "I second the motion," said Aaron Bryan, the seer, without waiting for an invitation. Nick had done considerable networking the night before. "Which motion?" Lester looked confused. "It's one motion," Nick explained, "in several parts." Immediately, Jack could sense an almost physical pressure from the wizards in the spectator seats. The Ana-Wizard Weir looked around uneasily. Wizards were not accustomed to democracy. It made them edgy. "There is a motion on the floor," Lester said. "Is there discussion?" "It's a good idea," said Jeremy Ravenstock, one of the wizard representatives, "and it might make all of us more comfortable." He frowned at Lester and scanned the gallery. So far, Jack noticed, wizards were doing most of the talking. There was no further discussion. The Interguild Council took a vote, and the motion carried. Even the wizards voted for it. Lester sighed. "Are there any nominations or volunteers for chairperson?" Blaze Highborn rose to his feet, his trademark silver cuffs and neckpiece glittering in the light from the wall sconces. I nominate Linda Downey. An enchanter? Lester raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? I second the nomination. The enchanter Akana Moon didn't rise from her chair. She looked nervous, and her voice shook, but she said it just the same. We don't even know if the girl is willing to serve, Lester said. After all, it's a lot to ask of a... I'll do it, Linda said. As long as the ground rules are understood. I promise to be impartial as chair of the meeting, but I want to make it clear that I will participate as an advocate on those issues I feel strongly about. Of course, said Lester, amused. All in favor? The motion carried. It's settled, then. The enchanter is chair. My name is Linda Downey, Linda said in a clear voice. Make a note of it, Dr. Lester. Lester looked up, startled, his smile fading. Linda turned to the rest of the participants. Are there any volunteers for scribe? There was another long pause during which no one volunteered. None of the wizards wanted to be secretary, and none of the Ana-Wizard representatives dared to. Jack, you're good at keyboarding. Help me out here. Okay. Jack slid the tray out from under the table, glad to be doing something he had some skill at. Linda nodded. Thanks, Jack. Now, let's take another look at our agenda. Are there any changes in the items? There were none. Well, I have something to add, she said. Before we vote on the constitutions that are before us, I suggest that we discuss the issue that drove this constitutional effort in the first place, that of wizard aggression against the Ana-Wizard Heir. There was a shocked silence. Then Claude Dorsey rose to his feet. I don't think that would be constructive, Linda Downey, he said pointedly. Our time is limited. And, after all, we have come together here as peacemakers. Why bring up old issues that are bound to cause hard feelings? Some of the issues are very new, Linda said evenly. Some of them are downright current. She spat out the word. Those of us who are not students of history are condemned to repeat it. The magical pressure from the sidelines was increasing. Linda staggered a bit, as from a physical blow. She inclined her head and said something to Nick. He stood and put his arm around her, steadying her, and his staff flared up brightly. After a moment, Linda was able to speak. If the council observers cannot resist intruding on the proceedings, we will have to clear the room. This is a joke, the wizard Joffrey Wiley snarled from his seat against the wall. I did not recognize you, Mr. Wiley, Linda said coldly. You are an observer and not a participant in this process. Speak again, and you're out of here. Think again, and you're out of here. The Ana-Wizard Heir stared at Linda with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Jack suspected the wizards in the room were already regretting their choice of the enchanter as chair. The observers settled, still fuming, but the pressure dissipated a little. Is there a motion to add this issue to the agenda? Linda asked, looking around the room. I so move, said Akana Moon, who seemed to have found her courage. She defiantly turned her eyes toward the Wizard Council. I second, said Jack. Ah, well, he thought. We may all end up dead, but we're sticking it to them in the meantime. He was worried about his aunt, though. It almost seemed as if she were trying to pick a fight. The motion carried. Gregory Lester spoke up. In the interest of time, I suggest that we table this truth-finding enterprise until after we have considered the constitutional issues. Is that a motion, Dr. Lester? Linda asked. Lester sizzled with irritation. He put the suggestion forward in the form of a motion, seconded by Dorsey. It was voted down. If you'd like to make a motion, Dr. Lester, we can also allocate time for a discussion of attacks by members of the other guilds against wizards, Linda offered sweetly. That will take 2 minutes, Jack muttered to Ellen. Lester shook his head, drumming his fingers on the tabletop. The issue is wizard aggression against the other weird. Is there anyone who has something to share on this topic? Linda gazed around the table. Jack rose to his feet. I'm Jackson Swift, a warrior. Actually, I should have been a wizard, but Dr. Longbranch here fraudulently planted a warrior stone in me. He pointed toward Jessamine Longbranch, then Joffrey Wiley. Mr. Wiley tried to kidnap me to keep me from playing in the game, and then Dr. Longbranch tried to kill me when I wouldn't play for her. You ungrateful mixed-blood mongrel. You wouldn't even be alive today if it weren't for me. Longbranch combed crimson-painted nails through her mane of pitch-black hair. She looked like she would have said more, but stopped herself, sliding a look at Linda Downey. Warriors are bred for the tournaments, Dorsey said coldly. That is their purpose. It makes good use of their natural talents. I don't know what all this whining is about. Precisely why we need to have this dialogue, said Linda Downey. Anyone else? Almost everyone had a story and grew more and more confident in the telling as the morning wore on. Jack was amazed at how Aunt Linda worked the group without seeming to. She encouraged a little more detail here, asked a question there, headed off a challenge by the wizards in the room. She's done this before, Jack thought. It comes naturally to her. The group was coalescing into a righteously angry body with a common grievance, one that might take a chance on a new beginning. Finally, Ellen Stevenson stood and cleared her throat. I have something to say. Her hand crept to her side, groping for a weapon that wasn't there. Go on, Ellen, Linda said. Ellen lifted her chin, drew herself up, and faced Joffrey Wiley, who did not look happy at this development. I am Ellen Stevenson, a warrior. Wizards kidnapped me from my parents when I was a baby so I could be trained for the tournaments. They stole my childhood and turned me into a killer. She looked at Jack, and he nodded encouragingly. When I refused to kill my friend Jack, they attacked me on the tournament field and tried to murder me. She looked over at Claude Dorsey. Some of you know all about it because some of you were directly involved, she said softly. She sat down. The other weir nodded and whispered among themselves. Are there any questions for Ellen Stevenson? Linda asked. I have a question, Claude Dorsey said. Why doesn't this girl hire a therapist instead of wasting the committee's time complaining about her difficult childhood? The conference participants rumbled with anger. I have a story too, Linda said, ignoring Dorsey. She gazed around the room, pausing, until she had everyone's attention. There are actually many stories I could tell, but I would like to tell you about my son. Madison hesitated at the edge of the trees, scanning the grounds of the winery. No one was around. Naturally, Lester and the others would be focused on the proceedings in the conference room. Besides, it was a cold, dismal, rainy day. A good day to be inside. Do you see it? Seth whispered. It goes all around the clearing. He extended a hand, then drew it back as if he were afraid of touching something. I'll take your word for it. You know who you're looking for? She nodded. The blonde guy from the picnic with the back-combed hair. Right. He'll be someplace quiet, watching the barrier. Now remember, you don't want to let him get hold of you. You want a power release. Don't let him think he can get to you without it. We've been over all this, Maddie muttered. You volunteered for this, she reminded herself. But now, she just wanted to get it over with. She was scared she would let Seth and Jason down, along with everyone else. Seth gripped her arm as if he thought she might charge off before he'd had his say. His dark brows were drawn together in a frown, and his eyes changed in the light, from green to blue to gold. Yet not a trickle of power came through his fingers. She'd never met a witch with that much control. But then Seth McCauley didn't need any magic to slide the bones right out of her body. She took a deep breath and tried to focus on what he was saying. If he does get a hold of you, fight like hell. Make him think he has to use power to keep you from getting away. Got it. He'll probably recognize you from the park. So you know what your story is? Are you going to talk me to death or what? I'm freezing out here. Her teeth were chattering. Sorry. He let go of her arm, looking embarrassed. I just don't want anything to happen to you, okay? Okay. She went to turn away, but he pulled her toward him and kissed her on the forehead. For luck, he said. She crossed the yard, hoping that she was the kind of girl whose luck could be improved by kisses. She entered the unlocked back door, shaking the excess water from her hair. She stood in the deserted kitchen, surrounded by the debris from meal preparation left for later cleanup. She scanned the room for weapons, pulled a large carving knife from a butcher block, and held it close to her side. Where would Warren Barber be? Would he need to be someplace near the wall? She prayed he wouldn't be hanging out in the conference room, where the meeting was taking place. She ghosted through the rooms on the ground floor, skirting the great hall. No Barber. Her breath came faster, and her pulse quickened. Time was wasting. She decided to try the garden. Maybe he didn't know enough to come in out of the rain. As soon as she stepped onto the stone patio, she heard someone talking, crooning, as one might to a small child or a pet. She walked toward the sound, down a crushed stone pathway between clipped boxwood hedges and beds crammed with ragged mums, through an arbor intertwined with wisteria. And there was Warren Barber, like some kind of grotesque gardener mime, tending to his invisible wizard wall, making little adjustments and repairs, straightening tangles, twining new additions into place. He must be powerful, Madison thought. It was still raining, a cold drizzle, but he lit up the entire corner of the garden. His clothes were dry, even steaming a little. He was using some kind of charm to keep the wet away. He was concentrating so hard that she'd almost reached him when he looked up and noticed her. "Well, well," he said. "What's this?" "What have you done with Seth?" Madison tried to look scared and determined at the same time, which wasn't difficult, since that was how she was feeling anyway. Barber looked her up and down and smiled, revealing crooked teeth. His blue eyes were so pale as to be almost colorless, the lashes invisible. "I remember you. You were at the river with Macaulay." "Where is he?" she demanded, her voice tremoring a little. "How the hell did you get here?" Barber asked. I came in the raft with him." "Well now," Barber said, advancing toward her, hands extended. "Here's how it works. You be nice to me, and maybe I'll tell you where he is." Madison brought the butcher knife from behind her back. "You tell me where he is, and I won't use this." Barber's eyes widened at the sight of the blade. Then he grinned. "Not the way to win me over, sweetheart." He extended his hands toward her and spoke a charm. Seth and Jason crouched in the trees, their eyes focused on the wizard wall. "I hope she's okay," Jason muttered, for perhaps the third time. "Maybe one of us should have gone with her. I mean, Barber's a nasty son of a—" "She knows what she's doing." Seth checked his watch. Almost noon. Madison had been gone half an hour, and the wall was still up, but then it would take time for her to find Barber and get the plan underway. But what if she'd run into someone else along the way, or several someones? What could be taking so long? Jason swiped rainwater from his face. What if she can't find him? If she can't find him, she'll keep looking. Seth looked at his watch again. Noon. Where could she be? Maybe they should go after her. Seth looked back at the winery building, blinked, and looked again. The weirweb was wavering, fading, dissolving into wisps of mist that broke and swirled against the building. For a moment, it lingered like a vapor on the stones, and then it was gone. Seth and Jason grinned at each other like idiots. I knew she could do it, Jason said happily. Let's go. They pushed to their feet and loped across the grounds, squelching in the wet leaves. They ducked into the entrance that Madison had used. Madison met them in the kitchen, effervescent with relief. He's out in the garden. She pointed with a large knife, slicing the air with it like a scimitar. Barber lay flat on his back on the crushed stone path, totally drained, soaking wet and furious. He would have been steaming had he been able to muster the power to do so. When he saw Seth and Jason, his eyes widened in amazement and alarm. Back from the dead, Jason said, grinning. Boo. How long will this last, do you think? Seth asked, looking down at Barber dispassionately. Madison shrugged. You're the witch, I have no idea. We'd better make sure he stays quiet, Seth said. Seth knelt beside Barber, placed his hands on his collarbone, and spilled the immobilization charm into him. Barber twitched once and was still. Seth looked up to find Madison staring at him, blue eyes standing out against her paler face. What did you... Don't worry. He's just in for a long sleep. Seth and Jason dragged Barber's unresisting body into the bushes, where it was less likely to be found at an inopportune moment. Seth turned to Madison. Now, Jason and I are going to make ourselves unnoticeable, sneak into the hall, and see what's going on. There's a little corridor that leads from the butler's pantry to the hall. Hide in there until we come get you. Madison frowned and fingered her hair, which was beginning to dry into long waves. I don't like it. I think we should stay together. Seth touched her arm reassuringly. Unfortunately, there's no way to sneak you in there. Please, Madison. She finally nodded, still scowling. Bruce Hayes and Kenyon King were stationed at the doors into the Great Hall. Occasionally, one of the other alumni came or went to replenish the refreshments for the attendees or to deliver a message to Lester. At one of those times, unnoticeable Seth and Jason slipped through the doors after them and into the conference room. They drifted the length of the room and stood on the great hearth, from which they could command a good view of the proceedings. The Weir representatives were ranged around a polished oak table. Members of the Wizard Council were seated in chairs around the periphery. To Seth's surprise, Linda Downey stood at the head of the table, running the meeting. She looked angry, pale, and drawn. Which one is your mother? Jason's voice came eerily out of the air. She's the one talking. It was the first time Seth had seen her since learning she was his mother. He studied her, seeking something of himself in her. He guessed he favored his father, though maybe something about the eyes. Hey, Jason whispered, she's talking about you. I had a son named Joseph Downey Macaulay, Linda was saying. Leander Hastings was his father. She was using the past tense. And then Seth finally understood. She thinks I'm dead. That's why she's so angry. I hid my son to keep him out of harm's way, to keep him away from wizards who might use him as a weapon against his father. I gave him up to protect him. She paused. Last year he ended up at Gregory Lester's private school. Dr. Lester tortured him for almost a year. Macaulay was a wizard, Lester protested. More past tense. Whatever happened, this is a matter between wizards. An attack on my son is an attack on me, Linda Downey said. I was able to rescue him from the Havens, but then last week, Dr. Lester kidnapped him again. Don't be ridiculous, Lester snapped. The boy was lost in a storm on the lake. I didn't have anything to do with that. It's impossible, in fact. Linda ignored him. Dr. Lester did it to keep Leander Hastings away from the conference. You have no proof I was behind any of this, Lester objected. Linda handed a jump drive to Jack. Can you bring these pictures up on the display? Jack put it into his port. He struck a few keys, and in a few moments, a picture materialized on their screens, replacing the agenda. It was Seth, hands tied behind his back. Seth, in the library. Dr. Lester sent these photographs to Hastings. They were taken here in the winery. If you like, I can show you the very spot. Lester sat back in his chair and placed his hands flat on the table. I don't understand the purpose of this, he said. After all, I didn't kill the boy, Hastings did. And in saying it, he confirmed everything. Once again, the room fell silent. Jack was pale, his knuckles white where he gripped the arms of the chair. Ellen scrubbed away tears and glared at Lester. Blaze and Mercedes stared down at the table. What is my purpose? There were spots of color on Linda's cheeks, and the gold was back in her eyes. We are going to consider 2 possible Weir constitutions to replace the one that was set aside at Ravensgill a year ago. One more or less resurrects the old system. The other introduces a new order. You've been told the current system does not need fixing. I want to make sure that all of the guild representatives remember our history and the price we've paid over the years for the dominance of wizards. I also want them to understand just exactly who these people are. I'm liking your mother more and more, Jason said. Seth just nodded wordlessly. Linda returned to the agenda. Now, we'll allow the sponsors of each of the constitutions 10 minutes in which to present the merits and rationale of their proposals. Dr. Lester? Mr. Dorsey? Still looking a little shell-shocked, Dorsey stood and addressed the representatives. The essence of the argument was that, despite some flaws, the old hierarchy was a good system that met everyone's needs. The role of the various guilds was clear and consistent with their talents. The rules of engagement had created a kind of pax romana over the centuries, keeping bloodshed and conflict to a minimum. Although there had been some regrettable excesses now and then, on the whole, the wizards had served as benevolent rulers. In the end, Lester put forward a motion to accept the new constitution. Dorsey seconded it. It was brought up for a vote and was soundly defeated, 4-0, with the wizards abstaining, since they were split on the vote, 2-2. Jeremy Ravenstock introduced the second constitution, as he was the only one present who had supported it on the Wizard Council. He was a blunt, straightforward speaker and no poet. Nick said a few words in support of it as well, and then Linda took over. She looked around the table, making eye contact with each of the participants. I know this has been difficult. You all took a risk in agreeing to serve. The fact that you are here proves that you know what the stakes are. I realize you are not used to saying no to wizards. But I want you to think about how your lives have been under the old hierarchy. I want you to think about everything you heard here this morning. This is our opportunity to make sure that it will be different for our children. Her voice broke a little. Shame on us if we squander it. Seth stared at his mother. She was a small woman, and not a wizard, yet she held the entire joint conference in thrall, wizards as well as Anna Wizard Weir. Somehow she made freedom seem possible to the Anna Wizard Weir, who had been oppressed for years. The Hastings-Downey Constitution was passed by the Interguild Council, again by a vote of 4-0. Lester gestured, and Bruce Hayes left the hall. Seth looked up at the gallery windows, trying to judge the time. It was only mid-afternoon, but it seemed much later. No light was coming through the windows, and the fitful rain had somehow turned into a gale. Still, Linda wasn't finished. She looked over the heads of those at the table and spoke to the Wizard Council representatives ranged against the wall. Dr. Lester claims that the murder of my son is a wizard issue. Fair enough. The rules of engagement have long forbidden warfare among wizards. If Dr. Lester witnessed the murder of my son at Hastings' hands, then what has he done about it? Where is Hastings? Hastings is your colleague, a member of the Wizard Council. Perhaps he should be allowed to speak on his own behalf. The wizards in the gallery stirred. Whispers rolled through them like wind through marsh grass. "Where is Hastings?" Longbranch demanded. "I'm surprised he missed this event, since he was one of the architects." "I'm surprised you would allow yourself to be directed and interrogated by an enchanter," Lester said acidly. "This is wizard business, as I said." "But Hastings is a member of the Wizard Council," Ravenstock pointed out, "and deserves as much protection under the rules as any of the rest of us." "Leander Hastings is a murderer, a schemer, and a traitor to his kind," Adam Sedgwick said. "Like any other wizard," Jason muttered. Seth recalled that Sedgwick was an ally of Lester's, who had supported him at the Legends meeting. He was a tall, aristocratic-looking man, probably the youngest wizard on the council. "He's encouraged this rebellion of the servant guilds by serving as their spokesperson and instigator," Sedgwick went on. "Do you think they would have succeeded to this degree on their own, without the support of wizards?" "Then where is he?" Joffrey Wiley asked, looking about pointedly. "If this is his scheme, where is the schemer?" "If this is his triumph, then why isn't he here to enjoy it?" Ravenstock added, warming to the subject. "As council member or participant, he should be here." "Perhaps we should search the premises," Linda suggested. "Perhaps the Council of Wizards would like to ask Dr. Lester why he has recruited, tortured, and enslaved more than a dozen young wizards at the school he calls the Havens. Perhaps the Council would like to know what Lester and D'Orsay plan to do with that kind of power. Do you really believe he plans to use it against enchanters, warriors, sorcerers, and seers?" The low buzz from the sidelines increased to a rumble. Seth stirred. "I'm going to tell them where Hastings is," he said. Jason gripped his arm. "Something's coming down. Let them show their hand first." Bruce Hayes returned and handed Gregory Lester a rolled parchment. Lester cleared his throat. "We'll address these issues in a moment, but before we hare off on a tangent, why don't we finish what we started? We have a new constitution to sign." "That doesn't make sense," Jason said. "He can't be anxious to sign off on the new constitution." In answer, Seth looked up toward the gallery. Unnoticed by the rest of the conference participants, the alumni were lining up along the rail, looking down at them. Everyone but Warren Barber, who lay immobile in the garden. Lester was speaking again. "We'll need one representative from each guild to sign it. You can decide among yourselves who will have that honor." He paused. "We'll start with the Seers Guild." Blaze Highborn and Aaron Bryan were seated together on one end of the table. Hayes brought the parchment around to their side and put it before them. Bryan picked up the pen, but Blaze was reading it. He put his finger to the page, reread a passage. Seth was watching his face, saw it change. Blaze looked up at Lester. "This is not the document we voted on." Lester shrugged. "The document is different than the ones we considered previously." His voice hardened. But you will all sign it, nevertheless. Jeremy Ravenstock stood. "We have already chosen a constitution," he said coldly. "We are not signing any other." Lester looked up at the alumni in the gallery, then back at Ravenstock. He extended his hand, and a bolt of blue flame erupted from his fingertips. For a moment, Ravenstock was a silhouette, spinning from the force of the blow, outlined in flames. And the next moment, he lay, unmoving, on the floor, the stone scorched under him. A wisp of smoke spiraled upward, and the air was filled with the stench of burning flesh. There was a shocked silence. "I only need one wizard," said Lester, "and I will sign. Everyone else is expendable. Our experiment in representative government has come to its conclusion." At a gesture from D'Orsay, every door into the hall slammed shut. Several members of the council came to their feet. "What do you think you're doing?" Wiley demanded furiously. "This." Drawing on the strength of the alumni in the gallery, Lester cast an immobilization charm that smashed down on everyone in the room, paralyzing them and pinning them to their seats. Save Claude D'Orsay and Adam Sedgwick, and a woman Seth didn't know, who had thrown up shields prior to the launch of the charm. And Seth and Jason, who had retreated deep into the fireplace. D'Orsay took his place next to Lester. Sedgwick and the woman wizard joined them, smiling. "Who's that woman next to Sedgwick?" Seth asked Jason. "Nora Whitehead. Bad news," Jason replied. D'Orsay spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, members of the Council of Wizards, I would like to thank you all for attending this little gathering. It has made our task that much easier." He smiled. "Did you really think I would go to such lengths to appease the servant class?" He shook his head. "However, it was a perfect excuse to assemble the most powerful members of the Wizard Guild in one place. We wizards can no longer afford to debate endlessly and fight among ourselves. You see, we've grown weak over the years, toothless. How else to explain this rebellion of the underguilds? It should have been put down immediately and ruthlessly. We believe it's time to unite under a new and simpler covenant with clear rules of succession." Lester unrolled the parchment, flattened it against the walnut surface of the podium, cleared his throat, and began to read to his captive audience. It was all there: reinstatement of the guild hierarchy, codification of the subservient status of what Lester called the lesser guilds, abolition of the sanctuary, implementation of a warrior breeding program with eventual resumption of the tournaments. However, under the new regime, the tournaments would be held for tradition's sake, for entertainment purposes only. Their role in allocating power would no longer be necessary. Gregory Lester and Claude D'Orsay would be established guild masters for life, with control over the magical artifacts of both wizard houses and lineal descent to their male children. The alumni would form the core of a disciplinary force bound to Lester and D'Orsay. They would adjudicate any wizard disputes and mete out discipline to other wizards as they saw fit. When Lester finished reading, he looked around the room. "Are there any questions?" One of the council wizards spoke, an older man wearing a coat embroidered with red roses, someone Seth didn't know. "Yes, I have a question. Are you two out of your minds?" D'Orsay nodded to Lester, and Lester incinerated the old man on the spot. There were no more questions. "So," Lester said, "let's proceed with the signing." He returned his attention to the seers, Aaron Bryan and Blaze Highborn. "Mr. Bryan, is it? I see you have the pen in your hand. Mr. Hayes?" Bruce Hayes shoved the parchment in front of him. Brian dropped the pen on the table and shook his head stubbornly, looking around at the others at the table for support. Hayes gripped his shoulder, pushed power through his hand. The soothsayer gasped with pain, the blood leaving his face. Hayes leaned down and spoke softly into his ear. It only took a few minutes. The seer signed. Lester smiled. That wasn't difficult, and it doesn't have to be painful. It's up to you. They moved on to the Sorcerer's Guild, and Hayes focused his powers of persuasion on Kip Mackenzie rather than Mercedes. Trinity had been a focus of rebellion for a long time. Lester and Dorsey apparently hoped the other representatives would be easier to intimidate. Kip didn't hold out for much longer than Aaron Bryan. Anyone could see it was a hopeless cause. The illusion of power that they had all enjoyed so briefly was dissipating like the soft breath of the lake. It was just wizards once again making all the rules, pushing people around. Hayes carried the parchment to Akana Moon, but Lester shook his head. He walked back along the table until he stood behind Linda Downey. He rested his hands lightly on her shoulders, as if formally taking possession. Perhaps Linda Downey would like the honor, Lester suggested, emphasizing the name, since she's played such an important role in today's proceedings. Linda stared straight ahead, her face a mask of indifference. She'll die before she signs Lester's document, Seth thought. He glanced around the room. All the doors were magically welded shut. There was no way to put their plan into motion. We've got to reach Madison, he said to Jason. We can't walk through walls. Seth peered up into the chimney and shook his head. Not even Jason's slender body would fit through. At the table, Akana Moon looked from Lester to Linda. She pulled the parchment toward her. I'll sign, she said quickly, and did. And then there was just Jack and Ellen, the two warriors, both of the Trinity faction. Who'll it be? Hayes asked, grinning. Ellen and Jack looked at each other, as if establishing a pact of resistance between them. Hayes looked from Jack to Ellen, debating. After a moment's indecision, he chose Ellen and put his hands on her shoulders. Power crackled into her. She went rigid, gasping a little, eyes wide but saying nothing. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. Jack, watching, looked like he might jump out of his own skin, but Ellen stubbornly shook her head. Ellen, Linda said tonelessly, please, there's no point. You might as well sign. Ellen shook her head, and Hayes sent the flame in again. All the blood drained from Ellen's face. She bit her lip until it bled, still saying nothing. It seemed to go on forever. And then he released her, and her head drooped forward, sweat dripping from her face onto the table. Jack let out his breath in a long hiss. Hayes looked at Lester, shrugging helplessly. I'm afraid if I do more it might kill her. Lester sighed. You're handling it all wrong. Give the pen to the boy. Kill the girl if he won't sign. Hayes seemed intrigued by the idea, but didn't go very far with it because Jack scribbled his name on the document and shoved it back to Hayes. Ellen glared at him, but he wouldn't meet her eyes. And it was done. By now, Seth and Jason had walked the length of the hall, trying all the doors, just to be sure. All were secured. Lester and Dorsey meant to make sure no one slipped away from the party early, but when Seth looked up at the alumni in the gallery, he noticed that some of them were missing. After the Constitution was approved, there was a brief pause while Lester looked it over and then signed it, with a flourish on behalf of the Wizards. Now, all that remains is to carry this new Constitution to Raven's Gill and have it consecrated, Lester said. But first, We have a matter of discipline to attend to. Chapter 21. Wizard Discipline. Time passed slowly in the cellar room behind the fermentation chamber. There was no clear evidence of its progress, no clues as to weather or events in the world outside. Martin had brought breakfast to Hastings the day before, but hadn't appeared since. So Jason hadn't been able to get to him. Hastings wasn't hungry anyway. He was sleeping more and more, his body conserving its resources, resisting the draining of power from his stone. It took some getting used to, walking into traps. He'd spent a lifetime avoiding them. Still, Seth was safely out of harm's way, for the time being at least. By now, he would be back in Trinity. Hastings consoled himself with that. His was an ancient line, and it would continue through Seth, throughout more than 100 years of risk and intrigue that had never seemed important. Until now. A slight sound at the door alerted him that someone was coming. The bolt slid back, and then he was blinded as the switch was thrown and the bare bulb kindled. Someone came and stood over him, backlit by the fixture. "Mr. Hastings?" "Martin? What a pleasant surprise." Those few words seemed to claim all his breath. Martin dropped to his knees beside him. "They're coming for you. We only have a few minutes." "They're coming for me?" Hastings tried to show a spark of interest. "What for?" "To kill you. There's 2 wizards dead already, and I think we're going to kill some more people after you." Martin stared at the floor. "Who's dead?" "Ravenstock and Hadrian Brennan from the Wizard Council." "From the Wizard Council?" Hastings' sluggish mind tried to fit that into some scheme. "Why are you attacking them? What's going on?" Martin's eyes slid away. "Dr. Lester wrote up a new constitution. Everybody just signed it. He and D'Orsay are kings for life, something like that." "I see. So, Martin, why are you here?" "I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for everything that's happened." Hastings sighed. "If you've come to make confession, I can scarcely offer absolution." But Martin rolled on. "I understand why you killed Joseph. It was a brave thing to do. Dr. Lester was torturing him. Lester is a coward. He was afraid of Joseph, even with our help. That's why he kept him doped up on Weirsbane, and he's afraid of you. That's why he had me place the torque." And then, unexpectedly, he smiled, the brown eyes lighting behind his glasses. "Only the wizard who places a Gaffilan de Sefa can remove it," he said. He reached for the collar. Hastings held up a hand. "Are you sure you want to do this? It probably won't make any difference in the end." "It does to me." "Lester will kill you." "I don't really care." Again, Martin reached toward Hastings, took hold of the collar around his neck, and manipulated the catch. The torque fell away, landing with a clang on the stone floor. It was sooty black, tarnished and unrecognizable as the jeweled collar Martin had placed 3 days before. The immediate effect was anything but pleasant. The little power that was left in Hastings slammed back into his stone, protecting the source over everything else. For a moment, Hastings thought he might vomit all over Martin Hall. He leaned his head back against the wall, taking deep breaths. "It's not that I'm not grateful, but it's a pity you couldn't have managed this a day or 2 ago." Martin picked up the collar. "Now I'll reverse the charm, but I'm afraid it will take some time to restore your stone fully, and—" He glanced toward the door. Hastings could hear it too. Someone coming. Martin refastened the collar around Hastings' neck, fumbling in his haste. It was all Hastings could do to submit. He would prefer dying unencumbered. Martin muttered the counter-charm as the door opened. Lester had sent only 3 of the alumni to fetch him, a reflection of Hastings' presumed diminished powers and the need to keep watch on those counsel in the chamber. The one in the lead, Bruce Hayes, skidded to a halt when he saw Martin. "What are you doing here?" "I've asked Mr. Hastings to forgive us for everything we've done," Martin said without hesitation. "I wanted him to understand we had no choice." "Oh, please," Hayes rolled his eyes. "Do you realize how powerful we'll be under the new Constitution? We'll be the enforcers. We'll have all the toys at our disposal, unlimited access to the servant guilds." Hastings could feel the power returning. A faint trickle, like good brandy, into his gut. So slowly. Hayes unfastened the chains from the wall. They hauled him to his feet and propelled him toward the door, Martin Hall following behind. They half-lifted him up the stairs, out of the cellar, and into the fresher air above. Hastings looked quickly about him when they entered the hall. The Weir representatives were seated around a large table at the center of the room, bodies locked in place. 30-odd members of the Wizard Council were ranged along the wall, similarly incapacitated. Linda was seated at the head of the table. Lester was standing just behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. She had her enchanter mask on, the carefully blank expression that could mean anything at all. Hastings could tell that it frustrated Lester, and he smothered a smile. But then Linda saw Hastings, and the mask slipped a little. Her expression was complex. Surprise, pain, a question. "She thinks I killed our son," Hastings reminded himself, and realized that she might never learn the truth. The end of the room opposite the door was anchored by a huge fireplace. What looked like an executioner's block had been placed just in front of the hearth. Lester's young wizards were milling around it. This, then, was their destination. Hayes directed Hastings to stand just behind the block. The alumni arranged themselves in 2 arcs on either side of the fireplace, with the stone at their center and the opened end toward the conference table. The wizards along the perimeter and the other Weir at the table shifted and whispered like a class at dismissal time. Lester faced his audience. "Under the new Constitution, punishment for traitorous activity will be quick and direct, as it was in centuries past. This serves all of us. For years, a traitorous wizard who styles himself as the Dragon has interfered with the administration of the rules of engagement and incited the servant guilds to rebellion against their lawful lords and masters. The fact that he has survived this long speaks to our lack of an organized enforcement entity. Through our efforts, we have captured the dragon and disabled the gift that he has dishonored and misused. We will now mete out justice before your eyes." A rumble of excitement and dismay rolled through the crowd, muted excitement from the wizards on the perimeter, and dismay around the table. 2 of the alumni advanced, bearing an elaborate velvet robe that they settled about Lester's shoulders. 2 more came forward, carrying a long jeweled case. They knelt before Lester and opened the case. He lifted from it an elaborate staff that he held aloft in his 2 hands. "Leander Hastings, known as the Dragon, you have been convicted of treason and inciting rebellion among the servant guilds. Do you have anything to say before your sentencing?" Hastings raised his brows. "I've been convicted? Somehow that got by me. By what court?" "You're a traitor, Hastings. You don't deserve due process." Hastings looked him up and down. "You always did like to play dress-up, Gregory. Get on with it, then." "And so for these crimes you are sentenced to death. Sentence to be carried out immediately. Lester, may I speak? It was Linda. Hastings swore under his breath. Linda, no. Leave it be. Linda ignored him. I have something to say relative to this man's crimes. Just get on with it, will you? Hastings said to Lester. Don't you have other murders to commit yet tonight? He looked over at the wizards against the wall, and they shifted uneasily. Lester smiled. No, Hastings, I think she deserves to be heard. After all, you murdered her son. He walked back to where Linda was sitting, yanked her to her feet, and led her to the front of the room, pointing her at the defendant. Speak. But Linda did not speak to Hastings. Instead, she turned and addressed the assembly. Lester and D'Orsay are to be commended. God knows they are efficient. Risking life and limb, they kidnapped an adolescent boy so they could lure the dragon here to Second Sister. They captured the notorious Leander Hastings, locked him in a wine cellar, and within hours convicted him of a capital crime. Now they propose to summarily execute him. What are the dragon's crimes? He is known to be in the habit of asking difficult questions. He is a spy master who turns over stones and exposes what's underneath. He reveals secrets. On occasion, his followers have stolen magical objects and blown things up. Yet it seems to me the dragon's greatest crime has been revealing the truth about the guild hierarchy. You could have heard the beat of a butterfly's wing in the hall, the whisper of snow sifting into the treetops. D'Orsay shook his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Linda went on. Tyranny is the most efficient form of government, but I would suggest that due process has a purpose, that there is a difference between efficiency and justice. You see, Leander Hastings is not the dragon. I am. As soon as she said it, Seth knew it was true. From the elegant way she'd gutted Lester and D'Orsay, from the look on Leander Hastings' face, from so many mysteries finally explained. The solution to a puzzle seems obvious, once you know what it is. Jason nudged him. So, Seth, guess you're the son of the dragon after all, he said dryly. Lester and D'Orsay were staring at Linda as if they'd never really seen her before, and might never underestimate her again. So, Lester said, attempting to regain his equilibrium, we have here the brains and the body of the rebellion. We are most thankful that you spoke up, Miss Downey, in time to prevent a serious miscarriage of justice. It appears that 2 executions are called for instead of 1. Come, Gregory, D'Orsay said hastily. Surely not. Such a waste, I mean, an enchanter. Surely she can be rehabilitated. We've got to do something, Seth muttered, even if we can't do what we originally planned. Let's split up and take our stations, Jason whispered. I'm going up to the gallery. Seth concealed himself in the alcove, just outside the butler's pantry. He turned and tapped gently on the warded door, hoping Madison might hear him, and Lester and D'Orsay would not. Madison! No answer. Seth turned back to the hall and peered out from his hiding place next to the fireplace. Lester had prevailed, because Seth's parents were being escorted to the front of the room by a crowd of nervous alumni as Lester stood by with the staff. It appeared to be the same one he'd used the night at the outdoor chapel when he'd tried to recruit Seth. It seemed a decade ago. Perhaps just this once we'll forego ladies first, Lester said, smiling, so you can watch the execution of the man who murdered your son. They shoved Hastings to his knees. Lester gripped the staff with both hands, raised it high. Then Martin Hall said, "Look!" He was focused on something over Lester's shoulder. Lester swung around to see the shimmer in the air behind them coalesce rapidly into a terrifying presence. It stretched from the floor nearly to the ceiling in the great hall. Flames bled off in all directions, writhed against the ceiling and licked the stone floor. Showers of sparks cascaded over the assembly and exploded into the galleries. The image continually shifted shape, but it was too bright to look at for very long anyway. Although it was midday, the light coming from the windows in the galleries seemed to have been extinguished. The room was illuminated only by the fireplace and by a dragon whose glittering wings reached from wall to wall. The alumni backed away, leaving the prisoners alone at the block. Hastings pushed to his feet and faced the dragon, shoving Linda behind him. He was frowning, as if puzzled, but he didn't look particularly frightened. Lester stared fixedly at the image before him, the color bleached from his face by its brilliance. Seth sensed the headmaster's mind questing out, trying to discover and destroy the wizard behind the image, but finding nothing. No trail of magic, no stone, no flesh and blood to focus on. Jason Haley, the puppeteer, was safely ensconced in the gallery above. The dragon's voice reverberated through the hall. "Who dares to tamper with the constitution consecrated at Raven's Gill last Midsummer's Day?" The alumni stirred and muttered, backstepping yet again. "Quite the pet you have there, Hastings," Lester said. "Does he have a name?" Hastings looked from the dragon to Lester and shook his head. "It isn't mine." "It takes very little power to conjure a phantom. Apparently we haven't wrung you dry as yet. We'll see if it disappears when you're dead." He turned to the alumni. "It's just a construct. It can't hurt us. Proceed." The alumni shuffled forward, unenthusiastically. Now to give the dragon some bite. Seth disabled the unnoticeable charm and stepped back into the partial concealment of the pantry. He focused on Lester, drew power in from all his extremities, collecting it in his arms and fingers, then gave it everything he had as the dragon breathed out. Flame slammed into Lester, ran in hungry rivulets over his skin, charred his elegant clothes, and scorched the floor all around him before being drawn into the head of the staff, leaving Lester still standing, astonished but unhurt. Linked as he was with the alumni, he was just too strong. Seth had made an impression just the same. As far as the alumni were concerned, Lester's harmless construct had just spewed flame clear across the hall. Pushing and shoving, they fled toward the back of the room. If wizard fire made no impression, perhaps something else would. An enormous candelabra hung from the ceiling at the front of the room. Seth flamed the cable, focusing white-hot heat on the metal fittings. It finally parted, sending the fixture crashing to the floor. Lester just managed to sidestep out of the way. The flames in the sconces along the walls flared up and ran across the ceiling, charring the ceiling beams. Next, Seth collected armloads of air, hardened it, and smashed through the gallery windows. Shards of glass pinged on the stone floor. The roar of the storm was suddenly amplified, and rain poured down on them. The dragon spoke again. "Lester's wizard slaves, it is time to reclaim what has been stolen from you. You are more powerful than any wizard if you work together as you have been taught. You believe you are owned by another, but you belong to me before all else." Seth wasn't so sure that was true, but it was enough to enrage Lester. He screamed at the cowering alumni. "This is wizardry, you idiots! It's a wizard behind all of this! I'll show you!" Spinning, he thrust forward the staff. Flame gouted from the crystalline tip and slammed into Hastings, throwing him backward onto the stone floor, where he lay still, his clothes smoldering. There was a dead silence, save the shriek of the wind and clatter of the rain. Linda knelt next to Hastings and cradled his head in her lap. Lester turned to look at the dragon. It hung over them mournfully for a long moment, wingtips drooping a little, then reared up, drawing its lips back to reveal stalactite-sized teeth. Flame gushed forth, enveloping Lester. The hot breath of the dragon extended to the far end of the hall, blackening the walnut paneling around the doorway and setting the papers on the conference table aflame. Smoke and confusion filled the chamber. People were screaming, shouting orders, demanding to be released. And when the flames died away, Lester was still on his feet, though noticeably singed and unsettled. "Cut us loose before we're incinerated where we sit," Wiley demanded from the sidelines. "This is obviously not Hastings' work unless the man can conjure from the grave." Now, Lester focused his attention on the dragon, extending the staff, sending bolt after bolt of wizard fire into the beast. The dragon remained unharmed, but the wall of the conference room began to disintegrate under the assault. Seth ducked back into the butler's pantry to avoid falling masonry. The huge stone fireplace was reduced to heaps of rubble, and he could see into the corridors beyond the conference room. Seth looked for other targets. Claude Dorsey had taken cover when the fireworks started. Sedgwick and Whitehead were nowhere to be seen. Seth slammed his fist against the wall in frustration and pain. His father lay dead on the conference room floor. He and Jason were taking the winery apart, but it would do no good if they couldn't take down Lester. Sooner or later, the headmaster would figure out what was going on and nail them. The only thing he could think of was to go after the alumni, try and pick them off one by one, diminishing Lester's power. But he knew that at least some, if not all of the alumni, were unwilling participants in Lester's schemes. He thought of nervous Peter Conroy with his inhaler, and Martin Hall, the principled viniculturist, Wayne Eggers, the physician, and little Ashton Rice, the music teacher. He forced himself to make a list in his mind, putting them in priority order. Barber would be first, of course, but he was out in the garden. Then Bruce Hayes, who'd seemed to enjoy torturing Ellen and the others. All the while, he maintained a constant assault on Gregory Lester, keeping him and the others occupied, directing his fire to make it appear it was coming from Jason's dragon. Cautiously, he leaned out from his hiding place looking for Bruce Hayes, and was met with a blast of wizard fire that he only just turned by throwing up a shield and ducking back into hiding. "Ah," said Lester, sounding relieved, "I think we've discovered the guilty party." Seth retreated into the butler's pantry, desperately trying to conceive of a plan, and backed into somebody who grabbed him around the waist. "Witch boy, sounds like all hell's broken loose. Why didn't you come get me?" It was Madison. Seth didn't waste words. "Doors were blocked, and now I've been spotted." Lester continued his assault on his hiding place. Seth shoved Madison up against the wall and covered her body with his as masonry pelted him on the head and shoulders. A large chunk smashed into his right elbow with stunning force, and his arm went numb. "Look, you'd better get out of here. You might be resistant to wizardry, but if a wall falls on you, you're dead." She shook her head. Bits of debris were caught in her hair, and her face was powdered with plaster dust. "No. We have to work the plan." "Right, like that's possible." Seth moved cautiously forward, with Madison just behind him. Just as he reached the entrance into the hall, Lester called out to him. "Joseph, stop this foolishness and come out. Your mother wishes to speak with you." Throwing up a shield, Seth stepped into the doorway and looked out into the conference room. Lester stood amid the ruins, one arm around Linda Downey, the other gripping her by the throat. "Surrender, and I'll let her live." Seth hesitated, glancing back at Madison. "You'll set her free?" Lester smiled, showing his teeth. "Of course. I have no quarrel with enchanters." Linda screamed. "Seth, don't you dare!" before Lester silenced her. "What about her?" Seth pointed over his shoulder at Madison, who was shaking her head. "You'll leave my friend alone, too?" If Lester was surprised to see Madison, he didn't show it. "You have my word on it." "All right." Seth stepped from the pantry, and, taking a deep breath, he dropped his shield. Lester waited until he was clear of the doorway. Still using Linda as a shield, he raised the staff. A cataract of flame streaked toward Seth, an attack that should have reduced him to cinders. In what was one of the most difficult things he'd ever done, Seth stepped behind Madison Moss, allowing her to take the full brunt of the assault. Seth watched Lester. At first, the wizard smiled, eyes glittering, smug and triumphant. Then, his face changed, as doubt and then horror crept in. He staggered backward, hands still extended, bound to Madison by the force of the charm. He struggled to free himself, to let go of the staff, twisting and turning as power flowed from the alumni into him, then out of his body and into Madison. All around the room the alumni staggered and fell as they were drained, much the way Seth had collapsed that day on the beach. Then Lester went down on his back, shaking violently, eyes wide, throwing off sparks like a broken power line. The link with the alumni was broken. Seth circled Madison and charged toward him. But Jason was quicker. He vaulted over the railing of the gallery, hung a moment, then dropped to the floor next to Lester. Kneeling next to the wizard's thrashing body, he reached for him, but Seth yanked him back. "Don't touch him directly unless you want to be wrung out yourself." Glancing around for a weapon, Jason bent and gripped a huge chunk of stone that had fallen from the fireplace. Between the two of them, Jason and Seth managed to lift it. They smashed the stone down on Lester's head. His heels drummed on the pavement for a long minute, and then he went still. "That's for my father, John Haley," Jason gasped. "And for my father, Leander Hastings. And for Trevor Hill, and for every alumnus of the Havens, gifted or not," Seth added. He turned his face away and shuddered. Jason sank to the floor amid the rubble and put his face in his hands. Seth knew he should finish what he'd started, that he should determine the intentions of the alumni, find Claude Dorsey, and do something about Warren Barber in the garden. But he did none of those things. He felt too weary to take another step, but he forced himself to stagger across the room to where Madison stood, braced against the wall, eyes wide, fists clenched, as if in shock. He was covered with blood. His elbow was swollen and misshapen where it had been hit by falling debris. He pulled her close. He could feel her heart pounding against his chest, her quick, shallow breaths. He kept saying, "It's all right," and "I'm sorry," over and over. Then she was sobbing into his shoulder, and he was patting her back, making little circles with his hand. Finally, he pulled away and took her hand, leading her over to where his mother cradled his father in her arms. He knelt next to her, full of regret, but empty of words to express it. She greeted him with a brilliant smile, though tears ran down her face. "You're alive," she said, shifting Hastings so she could grip Seth's hand. Seth blinked back his own tears. "Mother," he said, the word large and awkward in his mouth. Then his voice broke. "I'm sorry," he said huskily. But she was still smiling rather damply. "When I said you were alive, I meant both of you." It was impossible. Leaning forward, Seth looked down at his father and reached out and touched his cheek. It was warm, suffused with blood. Hastings frowned and shifted away, groaning. His eyelids fluttered, then opened, focused on his face. Seth shook his head, still unable to believe it. I don't get it. Lester blasted you. No one could have survived that. He reached out and touched the collar around his father's neck. Not in the shape you were in. It was Martin Hall. Hastings' voice was a hoarse whisper. He removed the collar and reversed the charm before we came into the hall. He paused, took a breath. I was still weak, but I'd managed to throw up a shield. I expected he might attack your mother or me. The corners of his mouth twitched in amusement. I must say, I was surprised when the dragon came to call. I had no idea where Jason was going with that. He struggled to sit upright, with Linda's help. Aren't you supposed to be in Trinity? Jason spoke from behind him. Dude ain't so easy to bully anymore. Some fool's been training him in wizardry. Seth turned to look at him, and Jason managed a credible, courtly bow. It's been my dream to meet the dragon, he said, grinning at Linda. But somehow, I always pictured him as a wizard with a long gray beard. I think I like this better. With the death of Lester, a number of spells were broken. The immobilization charms dissolved, and the Interguild representatives and the Wizard Council collected into two distinct groups that eyed each other warily. Some organized themselves into an impromptu fire brigade and began putting out the fires that still smoldered throughout the room. Ellen retrieved Lester's staff and held it close by her side. Jack produced a wicked-looking knife from somewhere and was very obviously honing it against a stone pillar. Nick Snowbeard came to look after Hastings, and Seth immediately felt more confident. Madison still seemed to be in shock, a ghost with watercolor eyes, shivering and teeth chattering. Seth sat her down in one of the chairs by the conference table, wishing he knew what to do for her. Wiley and Longbranch broke away from the rest of the council and came toward them. "Where is D'Orsay?" they demanded, glaring at Seth. "Good question. How should I know?" Seth replied. "I've been kind of busy." "The Constitution is missing too. If he manages to get it to Raven's Gill, it will be a disaster." Wiley looked as if this were somehow Seth's fault. "Then you'd better go after him, don't you think?" Seth said. "Maybe you can catch him at the dock." "First, we'll deal with his associates," Longbranch said. The council conspirators were nowhere to be seen, but the alumni still lay where they'd fallen, as helpless as Seth had been on the beach, but they were alive at least. Their link with Lester had been broken when Maddie drained his power away. Before Seth knew what she was about, Longbranch strode over to Ashton Rice, knelt, and shoved her fingers under his chin. "Hey!" Seth gripped the wizard's wrist with his good hand and wrenched it away. "What do you think you're doing?" She looked up at him in surprise and annoyance. "These young men are collaborators, allies of D'Orsay and Lester. Best to destroy them while we can." "I wouldn't call them allies exactly," Seth said. "More like victims, most of them." "Don't you understand what's happening?" Longbranch spoke as one might to the mentally impaired. "This is war. The truce between wizards is over. Which side are you on?" Suddenly, Jack and Ellen flanked him. Jason and Madison drifted in from behind. "I'm not on your side, or D'Orsay's. You're going to have your war without me," Seth said. "We'll see," Longbranch said. She extended her hand, and he took a step back out of range of those long red nails. "You're powerful. I'll give you that. You take after your father in that regard. You're going to have to decide whether to follow after him in other ways." She looked over at Madison, studying her as if she were an especially interesting specimen. "What's your girl's name?" she asked, toying with a large emerald that hung from a chain around her neck. Seth didn't honor that question with an answer. Longbranch titched. "Are you going to waste your life as a nursemaid to the servant guilds, or learn to navigate the world of wizards where the real power lies? Think about it." "I don't have to think about it," Seth said, but Longbranch had already turned away. Jack and Ellen were looking curiously at Jason. With the death of Gregory Lester, some of Jason's intensity and spirit seemed to have drained away. He leaned against a stone pillar, looking tired and thin, almost ill. It reminded Seth of his first day in Trinity, when he was the outsider. "Jack Swift and Ellen Stevenson, this is Jason Haley," Seth said. "He's a friend from the Havens. He saved my life." Lester still lay on the floor where he had fallen. Seth felt no joy at the way he had died, only intense relief and the conviction that the death of the wizard was a matter of survival for him and the people he cared about. Up in the gallery, the newly freed Warren Barber looked down on the survivors of the battle in the conference room. He felt an incredible joy. He was on his own again, no longer answerable to any authority. Up until a short while ago, Lester had seemed like the horse to back, but he'd died, like anyone else. The rest of the alumni lay on the floor like so many carcasses. They deserved to be ruled, he thought, but not Warren Barber. He would not let that happen. Ever again. He thought of Macaulay's girl, and his breath came quicker. First, there was the episode at the river when she'd put King down on his back. Then Warren had tried to spell her in the garden and had gone down like a rock. Lester and the alumni had done no better. Was she a wizard with a powerful stone, or was she carrying an amulet of some kind? Warren was no scholar, but he figured he could find out. He couldn't resist sliding his hand inside his shirt, feeling the parchment that lay next to his skin. It had been easy enough to nick it from the desk where Hanlon had hidden it. He knew all the hiding places at Second Sister. He hadn't decided what he would do with it, but he knew it represented power. D'Orsay would give anything to get his hands on it. So would anyone on the council. Then again, why shouldn't Warren Barber be king? Chapter 22. Trinity and Cumbria. "As you can see, we have a large family in Britain, Seth," Hastings gestured, taking in the tumbled gravestones that broke through the wind-blasted heather. "Unfortunately, they're all underground." Seth stooped and picked up a broken piece of granite. He scraped away at the moss that obscured the inscription on the nearest marker until it was revealed. Hastings. He traced the letter with his fingers and looked back toward the great stone house. It brooded in boreal grandeur amid the frowning fells, set in a valley stitched over with stone walls. The light was decaying, although it was only late afternoon. Dusk came early this far north. Cumbria, home of his ancestors. Hastings, his father, said the house had been in the family for generations. As he watched, Jason emerged from the house, waved to get their attention, and disappeared back inside. "I guess dinner is ready," Seth said. He stuffed his gloved hands into his pockets. "I feel like I found a family and a home, and Jason lost his," he said. Hastings stared off toward Scotland, his face bleak and still as the weathered hills. "I promised Jason that if he stayed in Trinity and finished school, I would get him involved in wizard politics." Without shifting his gaze, he answered Seth's unspoken objection. "Believe me, I know all about the cost of holding on to anger, yet I can't talk him out of it. He still wants to go after D'Orsay." The political future of the Weir Guilds was still cloudy. The council that had met at Second Sister had signed off on the Hastings-Downey Constitution before they disbanded, but it was unclear how to get the document consecrated. The whereabouts of the Leicester-D'Orsay Constitution was unknown. And for the first time in more than 500 years, the Wizards were officially at war. Linda and Hastings often held strategy sessions at the house that lasted late into the night. Sometimes Hastings was still there in the morning. The role of family man did not come easily to Hastings. Much of Hastings and Seth's time together was spent in training, reviews of charms and counter-charms, tutorials on the old magic. Seth realized his father was doing his best to hone his skills in wizardry for his own protection. That was love, delivered in Hastings' relentless fashion. Madison was still working at the Legends and attending classes at Trinity. Despite her apprehension, she melded well with the upscale, grunge art student culture. Her work was even featured by one of the galleries close to campus. She'd been wary of Seth since the episode at Second Sister. She held back, kept secrets as if she saw a new risk in their relationship that hadn't been there before. She was friendly enough, but he almost had the sense she was avoiding being alone with him. Linda had offered to fly her to Britain for Christmas, but she'd gone home to Colton County instead. Seth had chosen a present for her. 4 framed sketches of cathedrals he'd found in a gallery in London. Hastings broke into his reverie. "We'd better go back. It won't do to be late to dinner on Christmas Eve." Dinner was served by candlelight in the great hall. Roast beef and vegetables and Yorkshire puddings, a feast for 3 people. And they'd all had a hand in it. Afterward, they ate Stilton and pears and drank wine by the fire while the snow came down outside. Later, they would brave the weather to attend midnight mass at the Catholic church down in the village. Seth hoped it would keep snowing. Hastings had promised to bring out the sleigh. Brightly wrapped packages of intriguing possibility waited under the towering Douglas fir in the hearth corner. Hastings went first. For Seth, there were 2 books of spellcraft from Hastings' private collection. For Jason, a pair of English climbing boots suitable for winter hikes in the fells. For Linda, a pendant with the flat gray color of a sorcerer's piece set with garnet. Linda had a barn coat for Hastings, a heavy Scots wool sweater for Jason, and a mysterious package for Seth. When she put it into his hands and he felt the weight of it, he knew what it was before he tore the paper away. It was his Weir book, his history, between his hands. When Seth looked back at the events of the summer and fall, he realized his personal philosophy had changed. "Don't expect much, and you won't be disappointed," he'd always said, a kind of charm of self-protection. He had never planned on or expected parents, let alone a complicated pair like Linda Downey and Leander Hastings. As a family, they were still just a collection of strangers. Who knows what will happen? But he couldn't help but be optimistic. Madison was still a mystery to him, but a mystery he hoped to solve. He would find a way to make it work, because he finally understood that sometimes you have to raise your expectations, and sometimes you need to make a claim on the world and the people you love to get what you most desire.
The end. You've been listening to The Wizard Heir by Cinda Williams Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez, and directed by Matt Wilson. This book is copyrighted 2007 by Cinda Williams Chima. This recording is copyrighted 2008 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.